shall we?
This video contains gratuitous use of profanity
and uncomfortable pauses to compensate for lack of professionalism and original thought.
Viewer discretion advised.
Oh shit! Mud shark. You're not a mud shark. You're barely even a fish.
This is a pink podcast.
This is fucked up.
1 by 2, they're actually a podcast out of Philadelphia.
Tune on to 1 by 2 Radio.
Where's John Di Caprio? Did he ask about me?
Fuck Carl! He's effectively done in this business. Funny thing podcast, catching people like Dr. Mingo.
So I'm a dumb guy.
I'm hoping John Di Caprio is, but...
Take your fucking bra off, Aaron!
Like, let me guess, does he attack everyone?
I'm gonna be yelling at him the whole time tonight. Your show sucks!
Yes, it's all coming together! After 345 episodes, we might actually get it done the right way, ladies and gentlemen! How the fuck are we doing? Thank you! Wow, I got an amazing head rush there. Shout out to head rushes. We're going lightless today. I'm not sure if you're able to even tell, but in the pre-show intro segment, Vince motherfucking Griswold gifting a membership to I don't know who, but if you're that lucky recipient, you must thank Vince and gift 5 more in his honor. And if not, well, you're a piece of shit. And we will forever shame you here at We Might Too. Welcome into the show here, guys. Howdy, happy Saturday. I saw Rick asking some questions. We don't take questions here, Rick. Not while I'm doing the intro, all right? So save the questions for later. Thank you very much. Unless it's in a $10 super chat form or more. Obviously kidding. But seriously, consider it. Welcome in. We have an amazing show lined up and ready to rock and roll here today. I can't wait. I don't usually, first and foremost, I was watching back that intro, and you hear the phrase, you hear John Jamingo. So I'm a dumb guy. Whatever happened to Jonathan Jamongo? Whatever happened to that fat bastard? This was one of the biggest SteelToe, I was going to say bowl washes. Nut pinchers. John Domingo was a SteelToe nut pincher to the fullest extreme. And I think he's actually since died due to just severe obesity and diabetes. Die-a-fucking-bodice. So shout out to the dead. Shout out to John Domingo for being in a casket. Oh, space. Oh. Wow. All right, we're doing it. Yay! Fuck. Blade went to the barbers. Yes, he did. Look, so Iwa points out, something very interesting. So, yes, I did go to the barber. I didn't notice. No one had said anything. I'd done like, how many shows in April now? Quite a few. And I didn't notice the beard. It wasn't really my hair. It was the beard that was getting out of control. It was starting to curl. And you don't really notice it on yourself because you see yourself every day. It's like if you're gaining weight, you actually don't know you're gaining weight, but until like one of your friends come up to you and like, holy shit, dude, you're packing on some pounds, aren't you? And, luckily for me, no one came up to me and said any of that. So, but my point is, yes, Iwa, we did, or I did. Why do I say we? Like as if there's multiple people here getting haircuts at the same time. That didn't happen. Just me got a haircut, and I'm in a foreign land. I'll just leave it there. I'm in a foreign land, and it's always so risky. I think the reason why I went so long without getting a cut is because you never want to trust. My barber, Rahim? And, I've been going to Rahim for 10 years now. And, I'd be the only few times I've gotten haircuts outside of Rahim, Little Kim actually cuts my hair. The only time I've gotten my hair cut, people have fucked it up beyond repair. And then it's like you spend $77 plus tip only to wear a hat for the next 4 weeks of your life. So, you never want to risk going to a barber that's not your own. This is a general good rule of thumb to follow. This is a rule of thumb that I followed my entire life. So, but the barber I did go to, it was this nice, stumpy little black lesbian chick. Shout out to the blacks and the lesbians and everyone in between. And I must say, did a spot up job. So shout out. I don't even know what the barber shop's called, but whatever it is, if you're watching the show, you did good. You did good, kid. Shout out to Internet Person for 5, says, just showing some support. Thanks for the show, bud. Thank you, Internet Person. We salute you here at the Two Nation. Kudos to me. Kudos to Internet Person. So yeah, we have a bunch of shit to get into here today. I'm very excited. There's a lot of people we're going to be watching. Yes, I waited to go live. Rick, you must know. You're blowing the whole thing, by the way. But yeah, I waited for Chadwick. Chad decided to go live today on a Saturday, and he had... Seriously, did you guys catch it, that sit-down Zumock episode? It was so riveting. I've learned so much watching Chad that past hour and 23 minutes. It was probably one of the best shows as far as internet shows go. Internet radio podcasting. Probably one of the best. So I was hoping to go over it, but unfortunately, I'm not a member of the sit-down Zumock community. Fuck! But luckily for me, I do own screen capture technology, so we do have the episode in its entirety, Rick. We do have the episode in its entirety, which we will be going over, and it's the reason why I'm late. So thanks to Rick. Iwa says 220 people. What, died? In the Holocaust? I thought they said 6 mil. Lying bastards. Anyway, we have a guest coming on, I believe, at some point here today on the show. You know me, I don't usually like to do guests. I don't usually like to talk to others here on my show. The few times I have had guests on, they lose their minds. They spurg out. They start seething and grabbing their nipples, and it starts to become very bizarre and weird. Halfway through many interviews that I've done, I start to question my own reasoning and logic. Like, why would I bring on this person to begin with? From the Keanu Thompsons to the Corey Adams, the Soft Weeklies of the world. I'm trying to think. Nasty Neil and Rob. Didn't I have Rob Saul on? Talking about his dog and humping his dog and how he loves to caress his dog's red rocket, on a Saturday after a few Millers. You start to question, why did I bring these people on again? Why did I listen to the chat to bring these people on? Oh, send them the link. No, we're okay here. We're fine. We're not going to be sending anyone the link. But unfortunately, no, today we actually are sending somebody the link. And that somebody is one of the, I'd say, premier shows in this universe as of late. You guys know, you're familiar with Dan, right? CMGT says Dan is cool. Dan from NPS Nice Podcast Stupid. He will be making his Win by 2 debut. And Dan is a soldier. He's been very flexible with time. He says it's raining where he's at today. And he's got nothing going on, but is looking forward to the interview. So Dan, we will get to Dan later on. It's probably the last thing we do. So if you're a Dan guy, Dan fan, Dan sycophant, you're gonna want to stick around and check out the interview that I've crafted. I've been up, hours crafting questions and going over my notes, rehearsing in the mirror. This is an actual thing I do. I rehearse in the mirror. Could you believe it? Me? Rehearsing? In the fucking mirror? No, I'm just kidding. I really did none of that. I might have thought of one question to ask. That we might have actually asked him just one question, and then he could see himself out. We have some Dan coverage, actually, because speaking of Dan, well, Dan has... You remember when Nice Kiki died? Nice Kiki is dead. This video came up. I made this video way by 2 trying to warn Keanu Thompson over this producer Robert character that Win by 2 had called out back in the early winter months of January of 2024. And we took a look at this producer Robert, and this guy seemed like, full on fucking creep. He seemed like a fucking weirdo. And I was like, there's something up with this motherfucker. He seems a bit off. But Keanu would always stick up for producer Robert. Until she did it, until this guy was like texting all the chicks in the world. Now, I don't usually like to question myself. I like to just go with my gut. And I do believe producer Robert is probably an odd character, but that's going off of what Keanu has told us. And Keanu, we know, she's a lot of things, but being an upfront, truthful person by the book is not one of those things. But my point being is, she had came to this whole, I guess, epiphany that nice Keanu was dead. She was no more. We weren't going to see nice Kiki anymore. And, I don't know if we ever got mean Kiki or what, but point being is the correlation I'm making is Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. I'm watching him last night, trying to understand my interviewee. And I watched Dan. Dan is taking off the gloves. He's going full steam ahead. And he went on I think an hour 6-minute tirade of anti-Kevin Brennan material. If you're anti-Kevin Brennan, if you can't stand Chicken Man, if you can't stand, senile old bastards, definitely don't watch that episode, actually. I just thought about that. Don't watch. No, I'm just kidding. Watch the episode. I don't know. Watch whatever you want. No, but Dan has taken off the gloves officially, and he's thrown down the gauntlet, and he's calling out people of the likes, Chad Zumock and Kevin Brennan. Very interesting stuff. We'll get to that later on in the show. We have a bunch of other shit to get into here today. Patrick, I have pus pockets on my face. Melton. And he made his return after taking some time off. We're going to get into his big return show, which was, I think, on Tuesday, which we didn't have time to do it on Wednesday. It's lengthy. It's pretty lengthy. But, Patrick we get to see the entitledness from Patrick. This is a guy, again, just go back a couple of years, 2-3 years maybe, and he's really not doing so hot. Again, I remember tuning into Patrick. To a lot of these people, a lot of people watching here today, you'd probably never believe me if I told you, or if I even showed you. You would think I was doctoring some screenshots or whatever. But Patrick, at one point in time, and much like myself too, mind you, but Patrick at one point in time was, 11, 12, 13 viewers. Strong. The Onion Army was stronger than ever at that time before SteelToe. And my point to that was, well, obviously, from then until now, Patrick has really, I mean, just, he's gotten so entitled. You know, a lot of people call him the Queen of Vegas, Vegas Mersh. And the similarities are uncanny, in my opinion. We're going to watch a lot of the self-entitledness from Patrick Melton coming up on today's program. And we got the likes of Chad. We have the likes of a little bit of Aaron, I think. We're going to dash in on today's show. And there's a bunch of other motherfuckers we're going to be getting into here today. Let me see what else I got on today's docket here. That might be it. And a little bit Rekieta updates. He's thinking about being a lawyer again. How cute. How cute. And really the biggest story, look, we already talked about Chad, but the biggest story, I think, of the week was the whole MLC and Chad falling out. Now, I know you've probably heard this on every show, so I don't want to dwell on it. So I would have basically just watched maybe the first 5 minutes of Chad's freak out from this past week, how he's turned. And he was our last show, Kevin had started to disavow Chow. He had Tukey and Cardiff on the show at the time on Wednesday, on my last show. And that's kind of where we left it. Chad had since went on and thrown down the gauntlet and said, fuck you, Kevin Brennan. But this is nothing new. I need people to understand this. This is nothing new. And all this has to all this has to it all goes with, you know, Chad being an alleged Shuli and Jewish sympathizer. But this is nothing new. Chad has always been a Shuli guy. And it got me thinking. It got me racking my brain. I posted this on Twitter. Not that even matters, though. But I posted on Twitter. I had created a song back on the Hackverse LP, created back in 2023. June of 2023. So coming up quickly on 2 years. 2 years old this song's going to be. And it basically lays out in song form, in a rap form, which I think actually, you know what? Let me pull this up now. We could actually give it a listen together. And if you haven't gotten a beverage ready, well, now would probably be the perfect time. And this song is called, I think, Cuck Shark or something like that. Cuck Shark Lives On, or maybe that's the title of today's episode. I'm not quite sure. But we're going to give this a listen together. My point to showing you this is, like I said, because this is nothing new. The whole Chad being a Shuli guy, I mean, this has been a thing for at least 2 years. At least 2 years. So much so that I put it in song form. And, you know, again, is the whole Kevin Chad thing a work? Is it, who knows? Probably. I mean, my best estimates is Chad will be back on MLC at some point. I mean, we've seen this same song and dance time and time again. So it's everyone who's like, oh my God, Chad, you like made that show. Or Kevin, dude, you don't deserve, you know, Chad would, you know, what are you doing? Get Chad back on this show. Relax. It'll happen. I mean, we've literally seen this same playbook, and nothing will change, by the way. It's called, by the way, the song I'm about to play here is called Cuck Shark. Just plain and simple, Cuck Shark. And this is a time where we actually here at Whip2 buried Kumia's Cucks 2 years ago when Chad was doing a little trolling of Stuttering John, the whole Venmo gate, where they were sending fake Venmos to one another, and they thought it was a real hoot, so much so that Chad, a guy who has a show called Kumia's Cucks, went on, I believe it was either Shuli show or Carl show. I think it was Shuli show, actually. I think it was an Uncle Rico show, emergency episode. And he goes on the show with his biggest detractors. Carl being one of those detractors. And the guy who he's titled he's made his whole entire brand over, Anthony Cumia. And there Chad was, doing a hype train, dancing, excited. And he finally felt like he was one of the guys. And I think, you know, that's a big part of a lot of these people. They look to try to fit in. And they want friends. As much as Chad will tell you he's a lone wolf and, you know, he's a soldier on his own and you got to support the money. All he's really searching for is friendship and people to like him across his peers, right? His peers, mainly. So without further ado, let me play this. Go ahead and give this record a spin. It's called Cuck Shark. And it just basically lays out, you know, you would think I was fucking Nosferatu. JK. Nostradamus. Obviously, I learned my lesson from the last show. But DJ, can we spin this shit, please? For the love of Christ and all that's holy. Cuck Shark. Refill your beverages or pour one up or do whatever you gotta do. Smoke a blunt to this. This is a fucking doozy. Cuck Shark. On the Hackverse LP. Check it out. Hopefully everyone enjoys.
Now, a lot of these fans, like those fuckers from In the Paint, the N1 guys, and he's calling
the N1 guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit. Welcome to the greatest show online. It's a Two Nation.
Two Nation.
We're coming for you, Zumock. I thought I told you. Kumia's Cucks is no more.
Cheers, guys. Happy Saturday.
Now officially become the Kumia Cuck.
The Kumia Cuck.
This one's for all my mud sharks who were left out to dry. Get at me. AC, August 19th. Someone tell this man he's a real hack. Name is Zumock. He's a fucking lolcow, masking as a mole rat. Calls himself a mud shark. He ain't no mud shark, more like a cuck shark. Just a fucking retard. So what's really your plan to go and do and say just whatever you can? And what will happen when David Chandler finally runs out of money? Tell him two countries sent him time to get to the funny. So rest in peace, Zumock, motherfucker. This one's for you. It's time to call your new bug buddy. Shuli the man's really a Jew.
He's actually a Jew.
It's nothing personal. I just never received my poster from Pottstown. And while we're at it, tell your little faggot friend Mazer he's a clown. And how's it possible that Stuttering John is more funnier than you? 'Cause everything out your mouth is a lie and nothing is true. The irony in the fact that you turned out to be a cock.
You're no different from the rest, so put Kumia's dick in your mouth and suck.
You're a fucking bitch. You're a fucking
I go on a
joke.
tirade
Do you
here.
hear me? I better not see from this day forward another episode of Kumia's Cucks. You cunt.
You cunt. Wow, there it is. Cuck Shark. Go give us a spin on your own time. Very interesting stuff. Again, 2 years ago, we're now going through a lot of the same things. And by the way, shout out to Vince Griswold coming in for the $5 buckaroo. Says, Ewa, what's your thoughts on Melton's song, The Matador? Now, again, The Matador is a tune sang and performed by Patrick Melton. Now, we've seen in the recent weeks Ewa shift from Chad, being Team Chad all the way, to Patrick Melton, to the Onion camp. Again, I'm not here to tell you who to listen to, who to like, who to dislike. I'm here to just show you the clips, present the evidence that I have, and that really, that it should just stay there, really. You make your own decisions based off that. But Patrick, I mean, he has made a lot of not only questionable songs, but questionable outbursts as it pertains to little children. Now, I know what people are thinking, oh, he's not a pedophile. Well, no one's saying, maybe SteelToe is calling him a pedophile. I'm not willing to go as far as to say you create a song and makes you a pedo automatically, because that would make, I don't know, 25% of rappers pedos. It's just sus, because my whole thing is I'm all for jokes. I'm all for a fun time, a hoo-ha, hee-hee sort of vibe. But, when your whole thing starts to becoming obsessed, when your whole thing is obsession with children, you got to start asking questions. It's like, bro, you want to tell us something or what's happening? Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe it meant everything. If it was only the one song, that would be one thing. But again, it's Melton's track record over, his entire career. It's something, it always goes back to, it always reverts back to, lubing a kid up, spinning around his fat finger, and using them as cup holders in some sort of fashion. I mean, it really is some insane shit. But nevertheless, again, you know, some people could see past that. Some people don't find a problem with Melton's odd obsession with child humor. Again, you know, that's not my cup of tea. I'm not into kid jokes, you know. Maybe when I was a child, okay? But, you know, we all have to grow up at some point. But again, you know, I don't know. Just if that's what you like, that's what you like. I'm not here to tell you otherwise. I'm here to just present the evidence of what I find, and then you make your own decisions. But anyway, we have a lot to get into, so thanks, Vince Griswold, for that, and hopefully you and Ewan now are duking it out in the chat. And if not, well, then try harder, I guess. I want to start with a couple little small things. Shout out to Blink-182 and Enema of the State. Great record. A lot of comedians making the headlines this past weekend. I don't usually like to hop into the mainstream, but when they're making complete fools out of themselves, it's something to watch. So I want to start off with a small clip here. All these comedians now are seeming to transition into the wrestling space. Now, this past week we had WrestleMania. Now, if you're one of these people who still like wrestling, I mean, you're no different than Aaron Imholte. Like, guys like Aaron Imholte love wrestling. They love to watch grown men, sweaty grown men lather themselves up in some sort of KY jelly and roll around in a wrestling ring. And it's not real. It's just fake. So that it really points to a lot of these people's mental illnesses, I guess, in a larger scope. But you're seeing a lot of these comedians now dipping their toes into the wrestling space. For what reason? I couldn't fucking tell you. Maybe they see an audience, maybe they see a market they can hone in on and hope to convert some of these wrestling fans into their comedy. You know, I guess that would be my best guess. But again, wrestling back in the day, the Attitude Era, great. Obviously, I don't want to go into a whole big wrestling spiel here. This is not the Wrestling the Paint podcast. This is In the Paint podcast, motherfucker. Just in case you didn't know. So I don't want to get into a big wrestling debate here. If you're a wrestling fan, well, that's on you. NJ Ranger for $4.99 says, "Oh no! Chad unfollowed me on Twitter. Whatever will I do?" NJ, you must crawl into a fucking hole right now and never come out. Chad unfollowed you? Wow. You motherfucking bitch. Dude lies about me multiple times on air, and I have the gall to stop watching / super chatting him. Well, that's the thing. And again, you know, you could like the Mud Shark. You could hate the Mud Shark. You could be indifferent to the Mud Shark. But one thing I think we can all unanimously agree on is the guy lies. I mean, every step of the way. Every step of the way. He's just lying again and again and again. And I know what some people are thinking, because we've been conditioned to almost accept the lies. We've gotten so, I guess, just numb to the fact that people are allowed to get away. I forget who I was talking to the other day. I'm just like, isn't it insane that you could literally kill somebody as a podcast host, as just a host in general, as an online personality, or just a celebrity even? I mean, unless you're P. Diddy and you're running like sex rings. But even that, like, you know, he was getting away with that for such a long time. It wasn't until people like Tim Pool were starting to uncover the truth. JK, obviously. But the point remains, you could get away with practically anything these days. Lying being the most minuscule thing, really. But you could get away with so much. And the way information comes out and the way people are just turned a blind eye these days, it's kind of scary. We live in a world now today where, again, you could get away with some of the most heinous shit. I mean, look at the likes of like Chris D'Elia, Brian Callen, Chad. I mean, in a lot of ways. Now, some people might think that Chad has paid the ultimate price, where he's not really allowed to do comedy in certain places. A lot of his comedic friends, like Bert Kreischer, I heard Chad go on a huge tirade today about Bert Kreischer, and he's anti-Bert Kreischer, and he was saying, "Oh, Bert Kreischer sucks. He's fucking dog shit. He should quit." Bert Kreischer's doing just fine. Bert Kreischer might be a fucking hack, But Bert Kreischer is doing just fine. Doing way better than Chad. But it's bizarro how we've allowed our greater society to get to this point. I mean, look at Rekieta. That's a prime example. Nicholas J. Rekieta, I mean, literally was doing some of the worst shit in the world. Where if he was doing a lot of this shit 10, 15 years ago, I mean, he would never be able to make a living on YouTube ever again. But some of these people, they're so invested into their YouTube guy or gal or them or they, that they are willing to turn a blind eye and continue, not only to just continue to watch, but continue to support in a monetary sense, day in and day out. And that to me, it's like, well, what are those people up to? If you're supporting criminals, wouldn't that make you a criminal by proxy? I don't know, man. These are just wild thoughts I've been having because you watch a lot of these, NJ brings up a good point. And it brings you back to Chad. Chad is just able to lie and lie and lie and lie and lie and lie. You never know when he's telling the truth. Now, one could argue, does that make for good entertainment? Is that what people want in their entertainment? Just a bunch of... Look, I'm all about, I don't want to say stretching the truth, but embellishment. But there's a difference between embellishing and lying. Just straight up lying. And I think what Chad does is the furthest thing from embellishment. This is a quote from Chad. Chad he'll eventually tell the truth. But it's not until he gets caught is when he'll ultimately, eventually tell the truth. So that's, I think, a huge problem I think we face moving forward as a whole collective, especially as the online entertainment space gets more, bigger, and people are just going to just start committing crimes with little to no pushback. And that's a scary place. And that's, I hope to shed some sort of light on that if, by the time the show is all said and done. Anyway, I want to get into some comedians that are dipping their toes into the wrestling space. And wrestling, they're not really too fond of some of these comedians. One of these comedians being Tony Hinchcliffe. Now, you guys know him. He does Kill Tony. I think Kill Tony just got picked up by Netflix. So shout out to Netflix and Kill Tony. But wrestling isn't reciprocating the same feelings. They don't want these comedians, I don't think, embarking on their turf. Stick to comedy. But here's Smug Tony doing Tony things. Let's check it out. And you hear the boos right off the jump. I mean, this tells you everything right here. Nobody likes this guy. He's got this nice camouflage vest on at WrestleMania. I mean, it's sick vest. Sick style choice, Tony. And he's trying to lean into the heels, the heel character. Not working. That's Tony trying to be super edgy and lean into this heel character, which he's not by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, at best, he's like a Simon Cowell character. And I mean, Simon Cowell, I guess, is a good heel character, but that's not Tony Hinchcliffe whatsoever. Wrestling does not accept you, Tony. Look at the guy in the background here. And this guy's, completely disavowing Tony. And you love to see it. Again, you love to see this sort of shit. Because, again, a guy like Tony, thinks he's got big dick energy and he's swanging that thing around as if he's the top honcho. I mean, you might be one of the top honchos in comedy. You're not in wrestling. Save that to The Rock. Save that for John Cena. Save it for Stone Cold. We'll pass on Tony. Look at this guy in the background right here. You got this black gentleman here giving him a thumbs down. You got this Austin 316 character. Kind of looks like Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. Giving him a thumbs down as well, Tony. I mean, what do you got to say for yourself? So there's one of your comedians from this past week making a complete ass out of themselves. I want to transition to comedians switching genres. Again, not sticking to their what they're good at in comedy, but again, I guess trying to grab an audience that's up for grabs. And now this gentleman here, the Rat King, Theo Von, and the only reason why I saw this is because I'm a big Phillies fan, and we had the Philadelphia Phillies playing the Chicago Cubs. Well, it turns out, by the way, AB, Antonio Brown, great follow on Twitter, awards Theo Von for the Cracker of the Day award. So shout out Theo, becoming the Cracker of the Day. Theo Von is about to do his best seventh inning stretch song. Now, I don't know. I've seen a little bit of Theo Von's comedy. A lot of guys like Chad and a lot of other these people, Ray DeVito, will swear by guys like, like Theo Von. I don't think the Rat King is all that funny. I don't know. Call me crazy. But here's Theo not trying to do jokes. Maybe he should have did jokes. Maybe he should have opened up with a few punchlines on this. I mean, change it up a little bit. Stick to what you're good at. But he's going to do his best Elton John impression here. Theo Von in the seventh inning stretch. Check this out.
For Take Me Out to the Ball Game, stand-up comedian Theo Von.
What's up, Cub fans? Let me hear you today.
So he fumbles right off the bat. What? He almost does a Chad stutter here. What? What's up, Cub?
What's up, Cub fans? Let me hear you today.
And he's very stiff, very nervous here. And it's like, you could see, I guess this is Wrigley Field. You could see Wrigley Field ain't packed. It's not sold out. Aren't you used to doing like full stadium tours with Joe Rogan? How is 10,000 people frightening you?
What's up, Cub fans? Let me hear you today. You can do better than that. Let me hear you today.
What impression is he trying to do? Ricky Bobby?
Better than that. Let me hear you today. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball.
Oof.
Oof. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts with Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back.
Pointing at Pachyderm says Theo is good. I respectfully disagree. At what, singing or comedy? Because this sounds like shit. I mean, we listened to on the last show, Aaron Imholte perform karaoke. This is almost as bad, if not worse, than Aaron performing The Rooster by Alice in Chains. Now, granted, The Rooster, way harder of a song. Lane Staley was, I mean, his voice should have been preserved at any means necessary. So I get it, two different vocal ranges here, but I'd almost put Theo in the category of worse than Aaron performing Alice in Chains.
A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts with Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back.
Chris becoming a member for 22 whole months. Says, boo! Theo can eat a big dick. How big are we talking, Chris? 6, 8, 12 inches? 14? Yikes, dog. You hear that, Theo? People are demanding you eat a giant-sized penis of how bad this is. Just my big question is, what happened to all the musicians? Did we run out of musicians to do this? Why are we transitioning to comedy? I know, the seventh inning stretch at Wrigley is always filled with different quote unquote celebs, right? But it's like, have we just run out of musicians? I mean, I'm surely there's 82 home games a year for baseball? Surely we could find 82 vocalists. This isn't a place for a comic.
Root
Wow, Theo Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen, and the 7th inning stretch. Now I see Jeff Closer. Look at this. Look at this shit. Jeff Closer, member for 23 months, one more than Chris, by the way, shout out, says, at least Theo sounds better than that Rivers Cuomo guy. Wow, hit me where it fucking hurts, Jeff Closer, for 23 months. You were saving that 23-month member milestone just to let me know how piss poor my favorite band's lead singer. Guess what? At least he's doing movies. Rivers Cuomo is at the top of his game. Seriously. You find me a better vocalist who could write sick riffs. Sick riffs like Buddy Holly and the Sweater Song. I'll wait. All right, so there's some of your comics from this past week. I mean, just stepping into parts unknown in which they are not usually accustomed to stepping into. Again, a lot of this wrestling crossover is bizarre to me. But nonetheless, let's keep it moving here. I like to keep it moving. I want to go over in, we'll start off with some SteelToe. Actually, you know what? Let's dial it back. I want to go into the Shuli Network. You guys know the Shuli Network. Great network, by the way. The fuck was that? The Shuli Network, they have a band of producers. Leading the charge, producer Phil Russo, a.k.a. Producer Joe. And Producer Joe, when he's not producing, they find time to do a show called Into the Pond. And this is usually co-hosted by Discount Don Jameson. Now, this guy never appears on camera. It's one of these cutout faces, one of these animated faces. I never, to be honest, I never really watched the show, but this particular show caught my eye. So this was live last night. So we're going to be watching here. Producer Phil Russo, again, leading the charge, co-hosted with Discount Don Jameson and everybody's favorite guy on Ozempic, Anthony Zenhauser. And they're going to be doing a show called, this is the title, check this out, SteelToe Goes Full Lolcow. Now, again, we're 3 years into the SteelToe watch. SteelToe has shifted and molded himself into this lolcow. I mean, so long ago. Before, and what they're going to be covering here particularly is SteelToe. Mind you, this was Friday. SteelToe ate the block of cheese on a Tuesday. They're going to think, and they're going to really try to convince everyone that SteelToe is now one of the biggest lolcows there is. Guys, I'm here to tell you, SteelToe was a huge lolcow in 2023 when we first discovered SteelToe. How is it that these people, I mean, are this, they're so slow when it comes to catching up with everyone? And it took SteelToe to eat a block of cheese for you to be convinced that he was a giant fucking lolcow. I mean, make that make sense. So anyway, they're going to be doing their best breakdown and best critiques. We're going to watch. I never really watched this show from start to finish ever until last night because I see SteelToe in the thumbnail. Let me see. Again, we watch guys like Tom Myers now dipping his toes into the SteelToe coverage. We'll see what some of these other people got. Guys like producer Phil Russo, who is, by the way, I will say not that he is, but he hates the elderly. So if you have a grandfather, if you have an elderly person at home, keep him as far away as possible from Phil Russo because he will possibly assault them with a baseball bat and let his dog, his little chihuahua, little shit of a dog, piss on your fucking lawn. That's a fucking fact. Justice for Dupas. And again, we have this Discount Don guy. I mean, I don't know what's going on. And Anthony Zenhauser, you know the brilliance of a Zenhauser. Anytime Zenhauser's on a podcast, I mean, it's elevated fucking 50-fold. I mean, Zenhauser really makes this network. JK, obviously. Shout out to AJ Ranger 199. Says Shuli with SteelToe hoodie on stage with ESO at DiddleCon. Right. So again, at the very beginning, what I think NJ is referring to, at the very beginning of the SteelToe coverage, guys like Shuli, guys like Carl, even a lot, a lot of guys even like Melton were not fully anti-SteelToe. Not that you even had to be anti-SteelToe, but the fact that you couldn't even see that this motherfucker was a complete, laughing stock back then. It's like, are we watching the same program? We must not be watching the same SteelToe then, right? That's what you're telling me? You're dumb or stupid or both. If you watch SteelToe, because again, I found SteelToe late 2022, August of 2022. Within 3 shows, within a matter of a week, I understood that this motherfucker was a complete laughingstock and probably should be at least poked fun at or ridiculed, at the very least. What proceeded to happen next, I could never imagine in a million years, but I wouldn't change for the fucking world. But again, all these guys, they claim to observe and report Carl's case and Shuli, wants to break down Stuttering John and how he's a complete buffoon. But you couldn't see the buffoonery in a guy like Aaron 3 years ago? What's that tell me about you? Again, that you might be fucking shot out, that is. All right, so let's check this out. Thank you, NJ. Into the Pond with Shuli's, I guess, D team. We're just going to go ahead and scroll until they come on screen here because they do a longer intro than I do, if you could believe it. Let's check it out. Now, mind you, these guys love doing Photoshop stuff. They love AI, face changer apps. This is a big part, not even just with Into the Pond. This is a big part of the Shuli Network in its entirety. They love to swap faces. They love to put producer Phil in a trans body, and that is a hoot to them. Again, it's very boomer-esque comedy. You can't even call it comedy. If we're being honest here, we can't call it comedy. Anybody, I think, there's one of these autists in my neighborhood, and they get the biggest kick out of Photoshop edits and face swapping. You know what I mean? It's like people like that I can understand, but unless your audience is filled with a lot of these people, I don't. Maybe this is me personally. I don't find Photoshop edits and face swapping stuff funny in 2025. It was funny when it first came out. You could swap your face. There could be a dog filter on your face, or you can make yourself look like a zombie. That's cool. Whatever. That was cool in 2020. I think even before that, Snapchat was leading the charge in face swapping filters. Again, we're in 2025. And you're supposed to be making fun of, I don't know what you're Stuttering John all the live long day, but your biggest own on him is a Photoshop cutout edit. It's bizarre to me. And people just applaud this. They act like this is, cutting edge technology here. It's not. Anyone with a phone can do this. Anybody with a phone and the ability to take a screenshot can also emulate what they're doing here. So again, when I call these people, when I make fun of them for not being able to produce, it's because of things like this. So let's watch it. Into the Pond.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Into the Pond with Frog and Discount on.
It's basically the way they just said that. Into the Pond. It's almost a rip of in the Paint.
Good evening.
I should get my lawyers involved and start suing motherfuckers.
Everyone, and welcome to Into the Pond with Frog.
That name is way too close to In the Paint. I'm going to need you guys to change your name pronto.
Discount on. Discount, how are you?
I'm great, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good. We did have someone else here.
Okay, so we have another mouth cutout bit here. Now, we watched Keanu run this bit into the ground. Compound Media used to do this all the time. Again, they put a animation or a picture on screen. They cut the mouth out, and then they put their mouth over top of the picture that's on the screen here. We watch so many people do this. The Shuli Network also does this with a character called Gugan. And it's Anthony Zenhauser doing his best at trying to replicate a gremlin. Again, these are 50-year-old people here doing shenanigans like this. It's kind of nuts.
I'm great, buddy. How you doing?
I'm good. We did have someone else here. But,
Silence!
Gugan.
Finally, a show with the right amount of dubstep for Gugan. I'm very excited to be here, you filthy bastards.
You like the music?
Silence! Yes, good.
Silence. Awesome. It's funny that you're here because Stuttering John, we do have a little Stuttering John news before we get into everything.
Of course you do. Of course, it wouldn't be a Shuli Network production without Stuttering John material. Insane.
Stuttering John, we do have a little Stuttering John news before we get into everything else. Are you familiar, Gugan, with the social media platform Threads?
Silence, Joe! Of course I'm familiar with the Facebook, Instagram thread thing.
Instagram
of course
thread
I
thing.
am.
That's hilarious. Anthony Zenhauser won a comedy's best. Wow. Brilliant there from Zenhauser and the boys over at the Shuli Network, the producers over at the Shuli Network. Really crushing it with these mouth swaps. Awesome stuff, boys. Awesome stuff. Let's see how the show proceeds here. We'll go to 1316. The weird bit comes back, it says. Okay. Let's fast forward here. 1316.
Challenge. I don't know.
So here you go. You got Zen on the bottom here. He's been out of this Gugan character for about 5 minutes, but he sees an opportunity to bring it back. Let's see. Does it kill? Does it crush? Is this what comedy's been missing? Let's find out. Anthony Zenhauser.
A lot about television. That's, I think, what's
well,
going
I'm
to make
playing,
the game
right?
I'm using.
We
Yeah,
mixed it up a bit. Yeah. I'm glad you're here, Zen. Yeah.
Yeah, Zen wasted his youth in front of the television. He'll be great at
So
that.
this is seeing if what Frog knows about these TV shows, and also whether he knows them or not, whether he can describe them for us. So if he knows the show, describe it. If he doesn't know the show by the picture, describe the show to us.
I'll do you one extra. I will describe it. I will tell you what it is, and I'll sing the theme song.
Do you have it loaded in, Andy?
Sorry, the wrong timestamp. Here we go.
Internet
Sorry, we're only 3 minutes since Anthony's Gugan impression. Let's see him bring it back 3 minutes after.
I'll
suck your
20
dick.
gifted. Thank you so much, brother.
I'll be on the prowl. Be on the prowl.
Thank you,
Oh,
brother.
hey, Gugan. Oh, there you go.
Silence, Joe! Hi, Andy.
Hey, buddy.
If there is anyone in the toilet between 3:30 and 3:45 p.m.
This is good
right
stuff.
now, I'm on Into the Pond. Somebody came in here.
We have a nice toilet sound drop and a fake laugh to follow. Check this out.
Somebody came in here.
Trigger, everyone's favorite.
Amazing. Seriously, Zenhauser. MGD says this is brutal. It is fucking brutal. Trust, I had to watch this entire fucking thing, MGD. How do you think I feel? I'm just bringing you the worst parts. I watched the entire hour 33:09 of this podcast. I sat through all the Gugan impressions. I sat through all the fucking stupid puns and Joe's lack of energy. I mean, again, Joe, Phil, you're the host of this show. You need to pick it up, dude. You need to pick it up. You can't just sit there and smoke, ounces and ounces of weed. I mean, you can if you could have some energy. Some people smoke weed, it fuels them like Adderall would fuel, the average person. You can't smoke weed or take Xanax, because this is the vibe you're giving me. You're just giving me this out of it, smoked out, stoned, zannied up, pilled out guy. You can't do that. You're going to need to do something, man, something. And I hate to always go back to do a backflip, do a cartwheel. I mean, we're not even looking for that. I don't expect you to do a car. I'd honestly rather you drag in Dupus from across the street and beat him with a baseball bat on the show. I mean, seriously, this is how pathetic this is. Let's bring on a Gugan character and we'll have Zenhauser do a mouth cutout. It stinks. In the words of Chad Zumock, it sucks. It's not good. they should quit. Why isn't that a shirt, by the way, Chad? Why isn't Chad printed that on his shirt? It sucks. It's not good. You should quit. Anyway, these are Chad. These are the people that Chad loves, by the way. He thinks this is groundbreaking comedy. He thinks these people are taking they're advancing comedy into the next chapter of whatever that may look like. It's just insane, man. 1756. What's happening here? I think Zenhauser says a bad, naughty word. And producer Phil gets pissed because he's going to lose, after Zen says this, he's going to lose monetization. So little awkwardness here. Let's check it out.
Leonard
Nimoy. Don't call me Leonard. Nimoy.
So this was the show, by the way. I didn't even mention this. The show, the entirety of this show was broken into 3 parts. The first, well, actually 4 parts. The first part being the intro and this Gugan character. The second part being, guess that TV show. These guys think, I mean, this is what the Shuli Network thinks of their audience. That you guys are so just starved of content. You'll accept, guess this content. I mean, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know who passed this and said this was a good idea. Let's bring it on air. I mean, because it's not good. No, it's just pathetic. It really is, at the end of the day, just pathetic. So, all right, here's a picture. Could you guess the name of the TV show and the years it was taking place? I mean, what am I supposed to do? Round of applause? Like, hell yeah, man. Great shit. But Zen's going to say a naughty word. It's going to get producer Phil a little flustered here. Let's watch it.
There's a black eye, which was very rare back then.
Yeah, that's David Allen Greer, right?
Yes.
And I don't recognize.
Yeah, I was going, yes.
Yeah.
I do not recognize that show.
The actor's name was Greg Morris. The black guy on the left there. But this is a show you might know. Maybe you might know the movie Mission Impossible.
Okay, yep. I've heard of Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise. Okay, so I can tell you what this is about. They are spies, and that's all I know about Mission Impossible. Is that they're
sick fucking take! This is the show. I don't know anything about this movie, but they were spies, and that's all I know about the movie. End scene. I don't know. I guess, was I half asleep when I was writing these clips? Because none of the clips are adding up to the fucking time codes here. So what the fuck is going on? Let me keep playing it. Maybe it happens. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
They're spies, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Pretty much it. Right?
So, sure.
Mr. Spock was a spy on Mission Impossible. Is that who Tom Cruise plays in the movies? Is Spock?
No, I think I don't.
You uncultured swine. Put some respect on Tom Cruise's name. I love it. Look, maybe I'm a fucking boomer for love. I love me some Mission Impossible. I'll just be honest. I support Tom Cruise and his Church of Scientology crusade. I believe in all that kind of. Did Tom Cruise play Spock? I mean, come on, man. Seriously?
Movies is Spock?
Yeah,
no.
Tom Cruise played a black man. Yeah. Checks out.
Oh, I think I don't play. I don't know if he'd play. I don't know if he'd play that character. I mean,
no, probably
Peter Graves. You think then, or?
I think Joe had it right. I think he played the black guy.
Yeah.
The second one, Tom Cruise was like, "Yo, man, what it is, what it was, what it could have been. Oh, it's chill, baby, chill."
Whoa!
Chill. I thought Leonard Nimoy was the chef. Kind of looks like a chef in this.
Right, and I'm remembering too. He wasn't there for the whole series. I'm trying to remember who replaced him or not.
Can you imagine them wearing? Was it a good show? It was on from 1973. So
that's a long time.
That is a long time, Joe. Very good. We could obviously see producer Phil is good at math. His math skills are on full display here. Oh, I see it's was on for like 6 years. 7 years. Does that mean it was a good show? It's a long time. That 7 years is good job, Phil. Crushing it, man. 2107. I don't know where that last time code even went. We'll go to 2107. And Zen takes Zen's joke takes another turn. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, this goes back to 50 years, but I mean, nowadays, I mean, you put that on, everybody friggin' loses their minds.
Yeah, There was ahead of his time.
Did they show it in syndication? Even
oh yeah,
yes,
yeah,
oh yeah.
Oh, for sure, man.
It's funny. It's okay to show it, but you couldn't make a new version or a new show that was that kind of edgy.
Sally Struthers. This is before she ate Mexican. She ate African kids and got really fat.
Right.
And she's actually pretty cute back then.
Can't you help the children? Just help the children.
Yeah.
What else we got?
They all got fat. That guy died on the right, but everyone else on the show got fat.
All right. Next show. Good point.
I mean, seriously, these guys are great. All right, let's just get to the SteelToe stuff. I see guys like Sean Daly in my chat really fucking scolding me here to move on. But I feel like you never cover, no one ever covers shows like Into the Pond. It's always SteelToe and what Joey C did last night. Let's see. And plus, too, all my time codes are all fucked up. So, I mean, someone must have did something wrong here. Where we go? At 4250, Zen breaks down the Velveeta cheese isn't real cheese. All right, so let's just see some of their SteelToe coverage, because this is the main reason why I watched this show to begin with. Because, again, the gentleman came to the wild, insane conclusion that you would never have guessed it, by the way. SteelToe is... You see it in the title, goes full lolcow. So, I saw the title. I'm like, I must watch. They must have found something that I could never have pictured in 3 years of covering SteelToe. I would have never have guessed. And it turns out it was coverage of him eating the Velveeta. The Velveeta. Let's watch some of it. Velveeta cheese breakdown from the guys here from Into the Pond.
Forever, so I don't think it's quite as gross as he tries to pretend here. You're going to see some stuttering John levels of acting here.
Funny. So,
yeah.
No, I was agreeing with you.
Do we get proof that how old this cheese is, first of all?
I think he does show it to the camera, but I don't remember being able to actually read how old it was.
So shelf life has a shelf. Oh, so Velveeta has a shelf life of 6 months unopened after being manufactured. 4 weeks for the best quality. However, the actual duration of Velveeta remains its creamy texture, distinct flavor, and smell without signs of spoilage can sometimes exceed the printed expiration date by up to 6 months, so about a year, when stored at or below 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
So he said it was in his fridge, so it's probably just fine. It's 6 months past its expiration date. I mean, I wouldn't eat it, but...
And so
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Zach.
I was going to say it's actually supposed to only last 4 weeks for best quality, but it can last 6 months. So it's only supposed to be 6 months, and then you.
Zen knows the thing about Velveeta cheese. He's eaten a block. Zenhauser's eaten a block of Velveeta cheese or two in his day. I mean, just looking at him, you'd be able to come up with that conclusion by his sheer size. And we're going to actually show you the sheer size. Now, look, everybody, I've pointed this out earlier and in the past. A lot of people want to give this Zenhauser so much credit for losing weight. They want to applaud him like, the masses did when Lizzo lost a bunch of weight. And I sat there and screamed and shouted and pulled my fucking whiskers out to let everyone know that, hey, Zenhauser didn't lose a fucking pound. If anything, he's gained some weight. And we're going to show you, because they're going to show us some pictures here of their time at, what was it? Content House? Dabble House? They went to Dabble House. They took some pics. Things happened. Memories were created. Furthermore, we're going to see Zenhauser in his entirety here. And I do mean that in every stretch of the imagination. So check this out. We're going to just start off with some pics from the events at Dabble House.
Hot stuff. You look pretty slim there, Zen. You don't look nearly as fat in photographs. They say that the camera adds 10 pounds. I don't think that's true anymore with digital photographs.
I'm not that fat, guys. I'm a dead body, sure.
So you hear Zen, I'm not that fat, guys. First of all, anyone who's telling you they're not that fat usually is a fucking cow. They're usually a fucking pig. And they stuff their face with ice cream and Velveeta flavored ice cream is what these people are eating probably at night. So Zen is even doubling down the lie that he's not fat. I'm actually not fat, guys. I'm actually thin. Look at the picture.
I'm not that fat, guys. I'm stopped.
You're fat, bro.
Dead body, sure.
You're not that fat.
I'm a little fat.
You're a little fat. Look at these handsome fellers.
Okay, so picture number 1 on full display. We have Carl Heberger from Who Are These Whatcasts? We have the great Vinny Paulino, and I mean, check out these calves. Wow. Look at these motherfuckers. Yikes. Zoinks, as Scooby-Doo would say. So compared to Carl, I mean, the comparison, we got Paulino's legs in the middle. We got Carl's legs on the right. Carl's legs are fucking twigs, man. I've seen sticks that had more girth around their body than Carl's leg. This is bizarre. And Carl's not like a skinny guy. Carl is an undercover fat. I mean, make no mistake about it. Carl is, in fact, an undercover fat. Vinny Paulino, another guy who's getting applauded for losing some pounds. Again, he's photographed, and one of his calf muscles, or lack thereof, I mean, I'm saying one of his calves probably weigh as much as my upper torso weighs. Why are these people being applauded for losing weight? Seriously, that's a problem. Again, I'm in 2025. Let's bring back fat shaming, especially people's calves. Let's shame their calves. The contrast of this is alarming, actually. Carl's the only one wearing high socks. That's very cool. It's very hip of Carl. We have producer Chris. Again, another one of these guys who just are lumped in and called a producer for what reason, I don't know. They just, I mean, in producer Chris's case, he don't really do a guy. At least producer Phil like puts up photo edits, but I mean, I know that's not producing, but at least he does something. This is what producer Chris's job is. This is what producer Chris does on the WATP podcast. Carl says something, and he either fake laughs or does this. Yeah, Stuttering John, am I right? Or am I right? All the meanwhile, Carl's laughing out of his chair to something. I mean, it's just bizarre. I mean, these people, I mean, seriously, laugh at their own fucking farts. It's wild. It's wild. And then obviously we got Shuli dressed to the fucking nines. I thought this photo was insane. And we're going to see another photo coming up from Zenhauser. I mean, you could see really his whole body on full display. Check this shit out. Come on. Come to Papa. Oh boy, there it is. Oh boy. Zenny and Morse.
The gold. Yeah.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Oh boy. We got a roly-poly-oly alert, folks. Yeah, Zen, like, I just want to say how much Zen is, like, really, you know, you should be proud. I'm proud of Zenhauser, man. He's really being health conscious as of late, man. He's really laid off the spaghetti, meatballs, lasagna, bread, cheese. He's laid off it all, and he's really gone full keto. He's, like, in the gym 7 days a week. How are these people in the gym? And again, they have bigger tits than Pamela Anderson did back on Baywatch. Like, I mean, what is going on here? Look at this fucking sad sack of fucking lump. Wow. Wow. I'm at a loss for words here. And the problem is they think they look good. Zen, I'm here to tell you, you're not good. You suck. You should quit. I'm kidding, obviously. And you got Morris here doing, probably playing some sort of Space Invaders or Scrabble on his phone. Where, I mean, look at the shirt Morse is wearing here. It's this nice button-up Hawaiian shirt, turquoise blue, and he's got gym shorts on. Like he's ready to go play basketball. I mean, could you pick a fucking lane, dude? Are you going like, kind of Hawaiian casual, or are you going super homey and basketball? Holy shit, man. I think that's basically all I wanted to show you. Check this out.
Yeah, those guys.
That's the bad angle.
Mike Morse, who, by the way,
that's the bad angle. He said, no, I think any angle Zenhauser photos from is, in fact, the bad angle, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Pond. Check it out on your own time. I mean, probably, seriously. Shows like this, again, make SteelToe look like Howard Stern. It's wild. But give it up for the boys over at the Shuli Network who are complicit. Are complicit in pedophilic behavior. Shout out, guys. Shout out. Okay, where do we go? Where do we go from here? I'm feeling this. We're going to jump into some toe, I think. I want to get through some SteelToe as quick as we can here today. I got 2 little clips. 2 little piggies I'd like to show you. And a tweet, if you'd allow me to. So SteelToe, he's been winning. He can't, again, I mean, we've been documenting this now for the past, basically a year. He can't be brought down. The man is immune to losing. And it's actually remarkable at this point. Again, there's every show you watch in this little universe and outside of this universe. Cover this man, uncover lies and untruths and some of the most heinous shit a human being can do. But yet somehow it just all bounces off of the toe, for lack of a better word, and the guy keeps on persevering and moving forward as if nothing's ever happened. Now, I need to remind everybody, again, SteelToe is really living one of the worst lives. He's really down bad, lost wives, restraining orders, arrests, pleaded guilty to a gross misdemeanor for dissemination of a explicit image. He's allegedly eaten Rekieta's cum, potentially. He's watched Rekieta, go nose first into April's vagina. See, that word is vulgar. Vagina. Yikes. Her slit, if you will. It's just bad for the toe, man. It's just all the way bad. So, no matter how much boasting and how much bragging and how much winning that he expresses, just understand where he's at. But we have a tweet here, I think came out yesterday at 9:40 p.m. Now, mind you, Aaron, when he's done doing his show, he touches grass, he plays basketball, he goes boxing. Him and Coach Scott jerk each other off. It's a hootin' time. He plays with his kids. And this is the tweet we're going to get. This is from SteelToe. My A-logs consist of grown men with visible face sores, now that is a fact, and a junkie who drugged his kid. And now for the first time, I think, at least that I've seen, SteelToe has abbreviated another win for the toe. And now we're met with AWFTT. So again, my A-logs consist of grown men with visible face sores. He's talking about Patrick Melton. And a junkie who drugged his kid. Now, I could push back all the live long day and say, Aaron, look, you also put your kids in jeopardy. You also brought your kids to Rekieta's house. You also brought them around drugs, right? Did we all just forget about this? But again, I don't think anything I'd ever say. We've tried. We've tried it all. Nothing I'd ever say would ever get through this, man, because he's so far leaned into this heel character in podcasting. I think it just fuels him now at this point. We're going to watch a clip of him saying, basically admitting that, the way to defeat him. Now, look, this could be some 4D chess move, but I honestly do believe this. And I've said this once before, but the best way to get to Aaron is just to ignore him completely. Because his audience, they're so tribalistic in the sense that now there's all these people coming after him. So now us as an audience, meaning the SteelToe audience, the toe boys, the toe suckers, we must support him now more than ever because he's under attack from every which angle. So I think all of the coverage really is backfiring in a lot of ways, especially as of recently. Maybe that's just my opinion. I don't know. But anyway, you see it here. I think I'm going to enjoy Game 3, talking about the NBA Timberwolves game, playoffs. I thought this to be insanity because I've been covering Aaron for 3 years. Never once has he mentioned owning a basketball court. But apparently, I just lost a 3-point shootout to my 8-year-old son. Again, Aaron always uses his children when it's convenient. I don't actually think he was with his 8-year-old son yesterday, nor do I think they were on a b-ball court shooting some hoops. I just lost a 3-point shootout with my 8-year-old son. That's the most embarrassing thing that happened to me in the last year. It's like, again, dog, I mean, we are coexisting in two different realities. And again, it's hard to reason with somebody who isn't living in the same plane of existence as you are. It doesn't matter what you say to the person, doesn't matter what you do. They will always be right. They will always see themselves as the victor, like SteelToe. But again, the one thing I challenge is show us pictures of the 3-point contest, or else it never happened. You don't own a basketball court. Your neighbor doesn't own a basketball court. Trust me, we have Google Maps. We've zoomed in. I did all the zooming on your house and block and location. I've seen it all. There ain't no basketball court on your block, bro. Anyway, let's do a little SteelToe coverage here while we're at it at the top. And this was from his Rumble Friday. Right before he goes to Rumble, he does 15 minutes on YouTube. It's quite the 15. And we're going to see him doing a little bragging and boasting like he's been doing for the last year. Check it out.
Our
SteelToe.
intro's right there. I left it up from yesterday's bonus.
Yeah, Poignant Pachyderm says the butchering of the Alice in Chains song is the most embarrassing thing this year. So far. It's early. Yeah, that's a great point. There's still, 9 months left in 2025? The year is still young, motherfucker. The year is still young. Just this past week, he had his whole pre-sentencing interview that he went through this past week. Now, of course, he's going to say it, and he did say it went well. It was so good. Everyone was so professional. Again, it's like, yeah, that's their fucking jobs. Their jobs are to be upstanding. I know it must be a foreign concept to the guys like Aaron, that people in the real world jobs that do stuff that has to deal with people's livelihoods and freedom, some sort of professional. I know that blows your fucking mind, but that is the case. I mean, unless you're just a complete scumbag derelict who are going around raping and murdering and pillaging villages, most of the time, I'd say 90% of the time, probation officers, judges, even prosecutors will be professional. Now, there's always the snakes and there's always the outliers, but the general sentiment remains true. So anyway, but the year's still young, like Poignant said, and, look, who knows what happens with SteelToe? Who knows? He's lost everything, and he's still winning, so it's like, what are we doing at this point? We're just going around one big hamster wheel, I think. But let's watch it. Nonetheless, I'm still here for it. This was SteelToe Friday mornings before he jumped over to Rumble. Let's see. Owning the haters.
This episode.
I gotta say, huge win for the toe.
Poot cakes. All right, guys. What a week. Let's celebrate, huh? With a little Rumble Friday. We did a little bonus episode for you yesterday because you guys are just so goddamn nice. It's ridiculous. 10 out of 11 straight perfect weeks. 3 weeks beg free on the toe. I gotta say, I don't have enough room on my wall here for all the scalps we've gathered, all the people we've riled up. Watching them come over, too, is kind of fun because I haven't really taken that part of my personality, my on-air personality, out for a walk in a while where you just kind of taunt people. And now they don't know what to do. They come over here and they're like, you fucking piece of shit. You know, you actually suck and I hate you. And I write, I want you here. I just write to them. I go, I want you here. This is what.
Yeah, Mike D says the new sign. Hold on, where'd it go? The new sign gives his toe hawk the power.
Remember when I said yesterday I could tell these people exactly what to do and how to win, and they wouldn't be able to do it? Go to the comments. Now, mostly you'll find people going, haha, these people are lame, blah, blah. But, and then, you know, people going, God, your obsession with Aaron is weird. But you'll find a couple of them where they're just like, I fucking hate you, you piece of shit. No, you actually suck.
Yeah, Red Slime, you bring up a good point. And I think, you know, most people have to start. I can't even say this with a straight face. Most people have to start falling in line that Aaron the Toe is a role model and a true American hero. He's done everything by the book.
And then you'll just see me going, I literally say in this episode, this is what I'm getting you to do. This is what I'm trying to get you to do. And then they do it. I lay out how to get the W and they can't snatch it. You know who won? Let me tell you who won. I'll tell you who won with the toe. My old friend, Paul Shea. Let me tell you why Paul Shea won. He wrote that big article, right? On the toes plea deal and all that stuff. And it got more hits. It got more views than anything they put out there. Same with Fox 9. Same with Bring Me the News. SteelToe is box office. It got more. Nobody clicks on WJON.com. Nobody clicks on 98country.com. But you put me on there and they will. And we pointed that out and haha, we ran with it. And Paul got mad and his job got upset and his company got upset. It was like the old days.
Paul's family was upset. Paul's pets were upset. Paul's neighbors got a little butthurt over the, Paul Shea, instead of resisting the toe, just join the toe. Just join the toe. It all will be well in Paul Shea's world.
Riling up Town Square again. Well, guess what Paul Shea did? Paul
Listen to this.
Cut off the supply of oxygen. Paul stopped talking about the toe. Paul stopped posting stuff about the toe. And guess what that did?
Tell us.
That made the toe sad. That upset me. Paul didn't take the bait. I was baiting him. And you know what my boy did? Because he knows me.
Why is he talking like that? What is with this? He's almost slipping into like a black Southern accent here. I was baiting him. What is with this?
That upset me. Paul didn't take the bait. I was baiting him. And you know what
You were baiting him? Is that code for jerking him off? You were fucking choking Paul Shea's chicken? Is this true?
Paul didn't take the bait. I was baiting him. And you know what my boy did? Because he knows me, because we grew up together.
Why are you speaking like this? This isn't your voice.
I was baiting him, and you know what my boy did? Because he knows me, because we...
You know what my boy did? Because he knows me, because we grew up together. I ate spaghetti over his house, every Tuesday. I can't get over this little, this voice he's got going on here. I was baiting him, because Paul knows me. Paul's a good guy.
I was baiting him, and you know what my boy did? Because he knows me, because we grew up together. He just went, wait a minute, if I cut this motherfucker off, that's going to drive him nuts. And guess what? It did. My plea deal becomes official. The thing goes everywhere. Fox 9 is reporting it. Bring Me the News is reporting it. Gets way more clicks and shares and hits and views than Nick's stories did.
Mind you, that's not a brag. Fox 9 and Bring Me the News is covering. That's not everywhere. Everywhere would be like if, I don't know, CNN or Sky News Australia or... a big media conglomerate as such would be covering it. He's talking about literally local media companies. He's like, it went everywhere. TV's Will Heron was even journaling about it.
I'm the biggest draw in the state. I'm box office, right? And I'm thinking,
hell yeah.
Shea's going to take the bait.
Shea's going to do it.
Bite the hook, and he's going to come right back to the toe. Nothing. Nary an article. Paul Shea won. Because as I taunted...
The internet person says, imagine growing up with Aaron. Oh, God. What a miserable childhood that was. Again, Aaron was probably one of those kids, and we all had them in our friend group. Like, they were just one of those arrogant assholes that knew everything, that had to be right at all times. It's just like, and they weren't really like your friend, but they just lived on your block and like played with the neighborhood kids. You kind of just, you didn't want to be friends with them. You didn't want to be mean to them, but you needed like a sixth man to play 3-on-3, whatever it was, wiffle ball, basketball, hockey, whatever. Pokemon. You needed a sixth guy. Aaron was one of those people. It's just nagging. I mean, imagine having a guy like Aaron over, a 13-year-old going through puberty guy like Aaron in your home for dinner. So that's the difference. I had one of these people, like an Aaron. The name was, I'm not going to dox his last, but his first name was Ryan. And this Ryan was a know-it-all. If you had, I don't even know, if you had one of the newest cars, he had to have the newer car. If you knew sports knowledge, he had to take it up one notch and act like he knew more than you. It was very bizarre. I want to understand the psychology behind one of these kind of people who have to be right at all costs. Their like entire identity is attached to them being right. But again, Ryan was just there for, again, a sixth man to fill in, so we had even teams. I never once invited Ryan over for dinner. That would be weird. But him and Paul Shea, they were apparently best buds, and they know everything about each other. But Paul Shea has gotten the best of the toe because what he's saying is Paul Shea has ignored the toe. I don't even want to refer to him as the toe anymore. That just gives him power. That gives him power. So we'll just say the cuck. Now, I think there is a little bit of validity to this sentiment here. I do believe if everyone just at once ignored SteelToe, what would he have left? But I know it's hard. I know it's tough because a lot of people have committed to SteelToe from day one. We want to see it through. We want to see where this takes us, whether that be another 3 months, 3 years, 30 years. So it's like, what do you do? That's the dilemma. But let's hear him continue to boast here about how he's scalping motherfuckers, kicking ass and taking names.
And as I taunt, the desired effect is you come to me and you're emotional. Paul shut off the emotion. Paul left me out in the cold. Ladies and gentlemen, almost undefeated. But I'm going to say this, and I was talking about this yesterday. Paul Shea got the W because he listened to me and did exactly what I said you do to get the win.
Hell yeah, shout out to Paul Shea.
The kid figured it out. All right, guys, we got links coming in already. Let's get going. Here's what I say.
What do you say?
Budman says $50 too much. $50 too much? I don't know. I think everything we agreed upon was fair. I thought it was good. Veldrain, thank you for the link. It is Rumble Link Friday. $5 links, $10 right now, $20 for the full clip if it's under 10 minutes. And also, I have to tell you guys, no pressure or anything, but I checked today on Rumble. We are, let me get the marker out. We are 32.
Let me get the marker out.
Memberships away on
Let me get
Rumble.
the permanent marker out. Why? So you could tally it up?
Let me get the marker out. We are 32 memberships away on Rumble from 400. 32 away from 400 on Rumble. So let's see. Maybe we can knock that 32 down to 0. If we knock the 32 down to 0, I will gift the last 10 memberships.
So there's always some extensive math being done here on SteelToe. So there's 32 memberships, but if you give the first 10, he will give the next, or if you give the first 20, he'll give the next 10, equaling 400, which subtracted by 77 actually makes, 323. And then if you divide that up into fourths, well then, it's obviously another win for the toe. Try to follow along with this.
32 away from 400 on Rumble. So let's see. Maybe we can knock that 32 down to 0. If we knock the 32 down to 0, I will gift the last 10 memberships. So if we get to 22, I'll gift the last 10. That's fair. Hulkamasha Baby says, I never got how people haven't figured that out. You only respond when they talk about you, so just ignore you, and you have no power. Right? I've been saying it since the radio days. We were Patrick Melton's like, I'm going to talk about SteelToe. Motherfucker, we've been smoking people way worse than you for a decade.
Whoa.
You're just the latest victim. You're the latest scalp on the wall. You're
the latest scalp. Yeah, you're the latest scalp on the, or is it scalp? So this is a new thing Aaron has been saying. He's been, admitting that he's been scalping motherfuckers. He's been going so hard that he's taken scalps and putting them on. By the way, I don't see any of these scalps. By the way, all I see is a boot and a show. That's it. I see 0 scalps. Aaron the Rat coming in for 5. Says April is the only person who could put this guy in his place. She needs a line of cocaine, a mic, a camera, and let her spit some facts. I don't know. You're right in the sense that April, I think, is Aaron's kryptonite, but April has gone close to, over a year now. She's gone over a year without saying a word. I mean, she's been a little cryptic on Instagram and maybe on Twitter and whatnot, but as far as actually coming out and speaking out publicly, she hasn't said really a fucking anything, which is almost like, respectable. It's almost honorable. She went through a pretty traumatic thing and probably is going through a traumatic thing. I mean, last we've heard is she's living in some sort of meth den and just tweaking out and seeing shadow figures and eating zucchini and, taking 7 big black cocks for a next hit of meth. I mean, that's just what we're hearing. I don't know if that to be true, but that's what we're hearing from many sources. I'd love for April to come out and do a tell law. Will that ever happen? I don't know. If it does happen, if it ever were to happen, the amount of spin this motherfucker would have to do would be, he would have to go full ballerina mode. He'd have to go full ballerina mode to spin out of the claims April made, because she had firsthand experience. Look, Nick had some firsthand experience, but it was a short-lived time. Less than a year. April lived with this man, sucked him off daily. I don't know about that, but watched him sleep jerk, took care of his kids, mowed the lawn. She knows every deepest, darkest secret this man possesses. And I think really that is the next step. Now that I'm saying it out loud, that is the next chapter of SteelToe, is to get April. Because everything else is, you hear it. Everyone who covers SteelToe, we're getting scalped. All right, I'm done being scalped. It hurts. It's painful. I don't want to be scalped no more. So I know people have offered April, we need to get April on the show, $5,000, whatever. She's a tough cookie to crack. Maybe we fly to Minnesota, and during the SteelToe anniversary show, we somehow draw April out with meth. Hey, Ape, I got your DOC, drug of choice. Want to come out of that meth den and smoke some and do a podcast? No, but seriously, she is the youngest of all of these people, and she's acted the most mature. Look, I always gave April shit for picking a guy like Aaron to let this man in between her legs and thrust away like the chimpanzee that he is. I gave her all the shit in the world. Woods girl, mega mind, dumb bitch, dumb whore, stupid slore. I've called her every name in the book. I've came up with the most insane predictions about it. Look, seriously, but I do have to tip my cap where it sees fit. and April has been the most mature of the bunch. Now, again, that, just being that she hasn't said anything yet, but, hopefully, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with April. Hopefully she's not smoking tweak, taking, 7 big black sausages down her gullet these days. Hopefully she's reading the Bible and practicing Christianity and shooting some deer in the process. But we do need that April tell-all. So, I don't know what it's got to take for that to happen. But maybe it will, maybe it won't. Who knows? Aaron the Rat, thank you for the 5. Let's keep watching. We're getting scalped here.
Your Mahmoud Muhammad, your Carl, all those guys. Light work, dude. Light work. We've been telling these guys for a decade, all you got to do, cut off the supply, drives us nuts. They can't do it. That's what I'm saying. I have gotten so good at this that they cannot resist. They know what the victory is. They know to let it go. They can't. They're puppets on the strings of my tennis shoes. And that's why this week we celebrated with the extra stream. Bigot on socialist media says they're retarded.
No, look, I'd push back and say that has nothing to do with anything what you just said. Motherfucker, you're eating Velveeta cheese as a shock jock bit. That's why we're covering you, because of your idiocy, by the way. So he goes on to continue to gloat, I think, a little bit more in this clip. I want to jump into one other little last SteelToe clip we have. And I think this was from his bonus stream he did. Now, mind you, the bonus stream wasn't really that much of a bonus stream. It was much of what you just saw there in that little snippet of a clip. This bonus stream you're about to see here, he calls it a bonus stream, but it was basically just him just reading the chat and owning the haters again. Kind of much like the same we've been watching Aaron do. So I don't know what was the bonus about this, but the thing I took away the most, now, again, we watched Nick Rekieta come back this past week. His first stream back might have cracked 60,000 by now. I think at the time it was at like 3.5K live, which is, pretty fucking good. And then all this past week, he's been covering Karen Reed. And he's been getting, anywhere from 1.7K to 3.5K. We're going to listen to Aaron here somehow. The only word I can think of is cope his way into feeling better about himself. Because he's actually going to equate his numbers, SteelToe's numbers, as being somehow the same as Nick's. And his explanation here is actually...
He's lost 90% of his audience. He's at the bottom. It was a $50 fine. So, no jail. In fact, at the very beginning, I told you guys, my attorney told me, he said, no, there will be no felony. There will be no jail time. All right? He already might do 30 days for talking way too much shit on social media because they're watching him. So, don't get him in any more trouble, all right? He doesn't need any more trouble. He's trying to rebuild his life. All right, his channel died. He lost 90% of his audience. He's at the bottom of the barrel on LawTube. Imagine that.
Okay, before he gets into his explanation here, Aaron the Rat coming in for another 2 says, Cuckatoo looking motherfucker, just cut your hair, bro. And again, this is something I've been very adamant in saying, that if you're a guy holding on to whatever you got going on up here, look, your hairline, it's so bad. It would just look better. You would look more bad. You would look more like the Nazi you so desire to be every day of your life after your Jew talk segments. You would look like that Nazi. You would look like that skinhead. Lean into it. Why hold on to this that you got going on? Beats the fuck out of me. So you hear him. Nick's lost 90% of his audience. Thank you, Aaron the Rat, by the way, for the 2. Nick's lost 90%. Doing bad. He's never been worse off in his streaming career.
He lost 90% of his audience. He's at the bottom of the barrel on LawTube. Imagine that.
Now, bottom of the barrel. Now, I had to go fact check this myself in live time, and there's actually quite a few, believe it or not, of people in the LawTube sphere that actually have like way less than Nick. There was one person I saw that had 30 people. There was another person I saw that had like 250 live, 250. Now, granted, there's a few people that have way more than Nick, 13K, 30K. A lot of motherfuckers that are doing way better than Nick. But for Nick, look, I don't want to come to the defense of Nick at all. But, I mean, you have to set the record straight with a guy like this because he'll start believing his own lies. Nick isn't at the top of LawTube by any stretch of the imagination, but he's been gone for a while. And, I mean, to be gone for 6 months and come back and to pick up like kind of like you never left off is kind of impressive. Now, listen to this spin here because he's going to go into something how actually SteelToe's numbers are somehow better than Nick's. Now, again, as if we can't do math. As if we can't do basic math. Listen to this.
In that's like Croc being at the bottom of the burger business. Oh, that's got to be tough. Nick now watches, he looks up at all the people in LawTube. And as he looks up at all the people in LawTube, he looks at all the people that used to come to his channel. Now they won't. Now he's got one schlubby, seems like a decent guy, who comes on and looks bored. The guy looks like Johnny when he's had too much weed. He just looks bored of old Nick. And, you know, these are the biggest...
Oh, so kind of like how Johnny is bored of you. I mean, that's basically what you're admitting here. So Nick has on this guy, I forget his name. He was just on Tim Pool, I think, last week. What Aaron is saying, this guy looks bored and he looks like Johnny, essentially. So you're basically saying that your own co-host is bored of your show.
Decent guy.
Got it.
Who comes on and looks bored. The guy looks like Johnny when he's had too much weed. He just looks bored of old Nick.
Aaron the Rat says, for 2, his forehead stretches to the back of his neck. The only part that's saving his hairline is the little insect piece in the front here. You cut that off. I mean, he'd have the same hairline as Tom Myers. But surprisingly enough, Tom Myers has a worse hairline. I never thought I'd see in this podcasting sphere a guy who had a worse hairline than Aaron. Tom Myers somehow takes the fucking cake. Again, at what point do you just cut it off? What are you preserving? What are you trying to keep? It looks worse, guys. Guys, to all the guys out there that are trying to hold on. I mean, you see a guy, I mean, seriously, guys in public that have literally 3 strands of hair on their head. What are you doing? You look horrible. You look like a cancer patient. Chop it off. Who are you trying to impress? In Aaron's case, he has a chick. I'm sure she would find you more masculine, if that's even possible, with a shaved head. But he can't do it. I think his hair, honestly, Aaron the Rat, I do think his hair is part, it allows him to keep on lying. It feeds his delusion somehow. And if he were to chop it off, he'd somehow have to be accountable of the last 5 years of how much of a fuck up he's been. But thank you for the 2 nonetheless. I do agree. Chop it off. What are you hiding? You look ridiculous. You too, Tom Myers. Don't think I forgot about you. I mean, seriously. Cut the fucking hair off. It looks disgusting. Aaron's about to describe to us here how his SteelToe numbers, again, are better than Nick's.
And, you know, these are the biggest numbers he's ever going to get because people want to see.
Oh, we have a podcaster's bounce here. Check this out.
And, you know, these are the biggest numbers he's ever going to.
Boing! Again, go over any of my shows. You ever see me bouncing? Clip it, send it to me, and I'll do something. I'll reward you with an Applebee's gift card or something. I mean, you'd never see me bounce. Why? All of a sudden, this is a trend. All of these people are flying out of their seats.
Going to get because people want to see how he came back. And as they see that it's cooked, and I get it. Look, 2,000 people is more than 800. But you have to remember.
Okay, so he just admits 2,000 is more than 800. Thank you, by the way. I didn't know. I don't know how math works, so I have to be reminded from time to time that 2K is actually greater than 800. Thank you for reminding us, Sir Aaron.
And I get it. Look, 2,000 people.
Jay says Corey Adams does the bouncing.
Is more than 800. But you have to remember, my genre is shock jock.
Okay, my genre is shock jock. Listen to this.
Not a very big genre. Everyone.
Not a very big genre.
Covering this Karen.
By the way, Howard Stern is the pinnacle of all of this. He is the biggest of any law tuber, of any shock jock, of any radio, aspiring to be radio guy. So what the fuck are you talking? Opie and Anthony, another one. What is it that you're talking about here?
Remember, my genre is shock jock.
Right?
Not a very big genre.
It's, some could argue, one of the biggest genres. Maybe not in these days, but overall, it's a pretty fucking big genre. Shock jockery. Maybe people don't call it that anymore because it's gay to be and aspiring to be shock jock in 2025. But overall, through the years, Howard Stern, Opie and Anthony, and the rest, it's a pretty big fucking overall genre.
Everyone covering this Karen Reed thing, they're doing 15, 20, 30,000 people. Doing 2.
Now, again, Nick's doing about 1.5 to about 3.
2. So
which is still pretty fucking big, by the way. Aaron the Raffer too says, you bounce, you take it in the leather. You take it in the leather Cheerio. Facts. You're just readjusting your butthole. Because it's getting all weirdly squished from the night before. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that Slam Piece, aka and Goosh, pegs this man from time to time. I wouldn't be shocked. Would it shock any of us that Aaron is into getting slammed in the keister with a fucking dildo? He might encourage it, actually. You know, after a while, Aaron's got some kids. The normal, just missionary position just ain't cutting it anymore. The normal doggy style just ain't flying in the Imholte household. So how does one spice it up? And then Aaron thinks of a great idea. You know what, Ann? April left one of her crusty dildos here from the past. Why don't you strap that on? And, you know, rail me. I mean, I could seriously see that happening. Maybe, and this is what's causing to the bouncing and him constantly moving around, trying to get comfortable because his asshole is so stretched out and blown out from all of the dildo pounding his butt has been taking. I mean, maybe, I don't know. That could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. Let's not rule it out. Thank you for the tip.
Basically, he is lower in LawTube than SteelToe is in this universe. Feel bad.
I feel bad.
He had to fall a long way to do that. The kid's goose is good. But you know what? The kid can bounce back.
Seems to me like you're the only one doing the bouncing.
All he has to do is watch Emily D. Baker. All he has to do is watch Sean. He just has to watch Legal Mindset. He just has to watch Kurt. He watches all of these people and how they do it. Nick might be able to rebound. He's just got to watch the people who do it right, who do it well. And look, from one guy who's been paid to be funny for over a decade to someone who hasn't, Nick, you got to stop going to the comedy thing. They're non sequiturs. They're horrible. They make Family Guy look like a George Carlin bit. I know nobody's told this to you because they've been on the payroll in one form or another. Dude, you're just not funny.
Dude, you're just not funny. Now, to me, that's comedy in a nutshell. Delusional comedy in a nutshell. A guy like Aaron, looking into the camera, as serious as can be, butthole stretched and all, allegedly, calling Nick not funny.
To you because they've been on the payroll in one form or another.
Now, mind you, Nick ain't funny, but neither is Aaron.
Dude, you're just not funny. That's coming from a friend. Dude,
I do have to give Nick some flowers in the sense that I don't know how you didn't beat the shit out of this motherfucker.
I know nobody's told this to you because they've been on the payroll in one form or another.
Bubs S says, hey, I'll have you know, Aaron is a little Howard Stern. Yeah, remember Corey Adams said this, Bubs S? This is a direct quote from Corey. I'm so glad you brought this up. a direct quote from Corey Adam Comedy. Sorry, not that one. I don't know where it went, but Corey Adam literally came on my show and said, yeah, I found SteelToe, and it reminded me of a little Howard Stern on the prairie. That's a fucking callback right there. It's a little Howard Stern on the prairie. I mean, I guess, Corey. I guess. I mean, that's so... We pray for people like Corey, who's just so deluded. Or at the time was. But, I mean, I think he's since seen the light, right? I think we can give it up for Corey for seeing the light eventually. Everyone has a different journey in the SteelToe hatred club. Corey was a little bit of a tougher cookie to crack. But I think it comes full circle now where Aaron, I mean, every other fucking week is talking about, oh, you know, we'll reach out to Corey Adam. Maybe Corey Adam can come out and save my event. Corey Adam ain't saving shit. Corey Adam's too busy driving RVs across the fucking country, going to Texas, going to, wherever else Corey Adam goes, Oklahoma, eating fucking bean burritos and farting it up all along the way. That's what Corey Adam's busy doing. Trying to get on Kill Tony every other fucking Monday. And it ain't working. Corey, how's Kill Tony been to you? Let us know. Seriously, I want, by the way, I do want Corey to eventually land on Kill Tony. I think that would be the best 5-minute little segment we could cover here on this show. But he's been trying it for, I mean, seriously, 7 years. And if it hasn't happened in 7 years, what makes you think it's going to happen now? A little Howard Stern on the prairie, Bubzess. That's fucking incredible. Incredible. Shout out to Mr. Rat holding this down here today. For two says, okay, bye. I got to get back to bed. Well, good night, I guess. Good night to you, Mr. Rat. K-Mur for 3. Thank you for the 2. K-Mur for 3 with the super sticker. Thank you so much. We do appreciate that. All right, let's wrap this SteelToe coverage up here. And I want to get into some Chad, some Melton. Then we got some Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid coming on later. Daniel! Oh, Daniel! Can you come out to play? Dan? Hello? Are you in there? Dan? 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 Anyway, it's my inner voice, by the way. Let's play another maybe 25 seconds of this.
Dude, you're just not funny. That's coming from a friend.
Yeah.
Not funny.
Checks out.
People are uncomfortable when you try to make jokes. He says, made them feel, way to not be original. See, this is what I mean. I can explain to these people exactly how I'm trolling them. I get exactly the reaction I want. And they just won't get it, and they'll just walk right into it. It's almost like I'm paying these people to be my dissenters so that I can look better. It's almost like they're the Sentinels and I'm the Globetrotters.
Hell yeah. I've never heard that one before. That's brilliant. I'm the Sentinel, or they're the Sentinels and I'm the Globetrotters. By the way, imagine referring to yourself as a Globetrotter. Ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Imholte, he cannot lose. All right, so I think in the spirit of SteelToe and Rekieta, this whole back and forth, I think we have to show you a little bit of Nick, what Nick's been up to. Now, again, he came back this past week. He arisen from the dead, much like Jesus Christ himself. Nick was trying to step on Christ's toes, by the way. Never forget. Never forget. Nick came back the week Jesus was supposed to rise. And you call yourself a Christian man, Rekieta? You call yourself a God-fearing Christian man, but you tried to step on Christ's toes? I'll meet you in hell. Big nose freak. You big nose fucking freak. Rekieta wants to be a lawyer again. Let's check it out. Nicholas J. Rekieta. By the way, I still don't know if that's his middle name. I just assume because it flows, Nicholas J. but it very well could possibly not be his middle name, Jay. So this is the guy who reminds Aaron of Johnny. I could see the resemblance. I could see. But here's another guy holding on to his fucking youth by keeping a little patch on the top of his fucking little dome. Chop it off, gray man. Chop it off. At least you're not dyeing your hair, but still, it's like embarrassing. Chop it off. Go bald. Set yourself free. Be free. You do it. Come on. That inner voice has to go away. Sorry about that. He gets a little worked up. Imagine being a fan of that tosser. It says mint diggity. Anyway, Nick Rekieta wants to become a lawyer again. By the way, the last SteelToe clip was courtesy of Stalin19. This clip is Alyssa Clips. Will Rekieta become a lawyer again? Let's check it out.
See Gemstone. Will Rackets become a lawyer again?
Oh, right off the rip, we got a podcaster's bounce.
$5 from Jesse Gemstone. Will Rackets become a
boing? Flying out of that seat. God, man. Are these people doing it? Are they trolling me? I feel a sense of like I'm being trolled. Why are we bouncing? Seriously, why are we bouncing out of our seats?
$5.
Buy a new seat. If it's that uncomfortable where you have to maneuver yourself every fucking 37 seconds, and I'm not going to reenact the bounce. I mean, imagine how fucking cringe that would be. You either got to buy a new fucking chair. You can afford it. Rackets, SteelToe, Carl, Melton, Kevin, Ray, Chad. I mean, a new seat, it maybe what? Cost you a fucking run you $200? Buy a new seat or buy a seat cushion thing. You know, those seat cushioners, the extra padding you could buy from Amazon that, you know what I mean? Just go, I mean, what are we doing? Why are we bouncing so much? It's really starting to become worrisome.
$5.
It started off as a joke, but now I'm starting to actually become worried.
From Jesse Gemstone. Will Rackets become a lawyer again?
Yes, my license is temporarily suspended only because in the midst of my legal woes and personal woes, I just didn't do my continuing legal education. Maintaining the actual status of my license isn't critical to my day-to-day job. I don't practice. I do it because, well, I worked really hard for it. That's the main reason. But that's
so then why try to get your license back if you don't practice? I get it. You know, law school is a fickle bitch. It takes long, much like medical school. But if you don't practice, what's the point of even trying to get it anymore? I mean, those days are done. The days of you representing people in the court of law, I mean, seriously, are so far behind you. Again, Aaron Imholte is trolling you on a daily basis, calling you not funny, saying your numbers suck. I don't believe him, by the way. I think he's fabricating that just a smidge. But nevertheless, I mean, imagine choosing Rekieta, let's say when his probation is up in 2030, as your lawyer, as your defense. Seriously, is this the best Minnesota has to offer?
Because, well, I worked really hard for it. That's the main reason. But that's the only reason.
Exactly, Carol Durant. I don't want a lawyer, she says. I don't want a lawyer who got his kids taken away. I mean, that's enough right there. Forget the Aaron trolling. Forget everything else that you're not funny and your numbers are crumbling right before our eyes. I mean, you were a lawyer, got your kids taken away. And one of those kids got tested positive for cocaine. What do you got to say to that? Oh, it didn't really happen. You know, the officer touched my kid's hair and he had coke in his gloves, and therefore, due to the, you know, equation of how gravity falls from gloves to hair, that's why she had coke in her. And again, back it up. Let's try not having cocaine in the house. And then maybe your child would never have cocaine in her hair to begin with. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Maybe your child loves coke. Maybe she's going behind your back and going to your drug dealer, cutting off the middleman and snorting all the cocaine in the world. Maybe. Let's keep watching.
At present, that my license is not active. As soon as I get, as soon as I've been waiting for sentencing. I really needed sentencing.
This guy, law of self-defense, as Nick is talking about something serious about getting his law license back, just decides to throw up his lifetime subscriber count. That's cool.
As soon as I get, as soon as I
don't care about what you're saying, Nick, but guys, here, check out my subs. Would you sub for me, please?
I've been waiting for sentencing.
Look, 196440. Sub. I'm almost at 200K.
I really needed sentencing to be done.
Don't listen to Nick. Sub.
To kind of move through everything. And I'll do my CLEs and then petition the court, and they'll reinstate my license. And then they'll probably find some other reason to suspend it, but they have not. They
want that check from you first.
There's been no indication of any.
I just see Michaela in chat say deliberately did not have kids so I could do all the drugs in the world. Or did I read that completely wrong? Let's see, Michaela. Let's see what you're saying here. Look at that. I deliberately did not have kids so I could have coke in my house. Respect. Hey, if you want to do coke, you want to shoot heroin, you want to smoke meth, I'd advise against it, 1. But 2, let's make sure you're not a parent with responsibilities. That's all I'm going to ask, right? If you don't have any parental responsibilities and you can afford it and it's not going to jeopardize your living situation or your bills or your car payment or your cell phone bill, guess what? Snort all the coke in the world. Smoke all the crack in the world. Who am I to stop you? Seriously. But when you got 5 kids and you're a practicing lawyer and you're a guy who shows up time in and time out online and you profess to say drugs are bad and I'm a Christian man and swinging is icky, and then you're doing those very things behind the scenes, that's my issue. That's always been my issue with you, Rekieta. I mean, outside of that, you seem like a charming chap. But, what do you do? NJ Ranger 201 for 199. NJ Ranger, you should just change your 201 to NJ 199. This dude also let his insurance lapse too. Fuck. I didn't know that. What is car insurance? What am I missing? Mutagrass says, thank you for the $1.99, Mr. 201. Mutagrass says, I was going to Hackamania for the sole purpose of having an affair with Michaela. Now she's not going. This was, I guess, Mutagrowl's thought process was, she had the alleged affair. Michaela, I don't know if it to be true. She had the alleged affair last year. Maybe she'd suck on my PP this year. But look, Michaela, I don't know what happened last year. I don't really want to get into the minutia of, look, anything Patrick Melton is saying, I typically don't believe off rip. So I would tend to believe that you weren't cheating on your, I guess, look, why are we getting into Michaela here? Michaela, just, let it go. I'll edit this out in post. Anyway, Rekieta and law of self-defense.
Of any intent to go after my license based on my my criminal activity. And the main reason is there's no connection to any clients. I was not representing any clients in any real way.
By the way, Michaela, I mean no disrespect. This is just what I hear. I'm not saying it's true. I'd actually believe it's not. I'm actually on your side, you see. I don't believe that you would do that at Hackamania. I mean, just that, the level of disrespect. Have an affair at Hackamania. You could have an affair anywhere else in the world. But you choose Hackamania? I mean, come on. I assume you were smarter than that. So I don't believe the propaganda that's been spewed against the great Michaela name. She says didn't. Okay. That's fact, I guess.
At the
Sorry,
time,
I brought it up. I apologize. Again, I'll edit that out in post.
That I was arrested. When lawyers who have a substance crime get bar discipline, it's usually because their substance use impacted their ability to properly represent a client, or they took client money to fund their substance use or something like that. I didn't do anything like that. I didn't. Again, I wasn't actively practicing at the time. My status was active, but that's the extent of it. So there shouldn't be any interference that would cause an actual disciplinary action. I mean, they may investigate it. They haven't indicated that they will, though. And if they did, I mean, I'd comply. I'd be just like, if you want to see my client books, you got them. They're already done.
Michaela says the trolls made up that because I called a troll to his face. Again, you know, I'm Team Michaela in this situation. I don't believe any affair was had at Hackamania. Seriously, I'm being genuine here. I don't believe any of that happened. So you don't have to convince us here, Michaela. I mean, even the people in the chat, I feel like are most likely on your side. But anywho, let's move. Okay, guys, let's just set the record straight. Michaela did not have an affair. She is a faithful person. I don't know if you're married or not. We don't need to disclose any further information. This show is not about Michaela's personal life, and to make it about such would be insane, right? So let's respectively move on.
Guys, I do
Thank you, Michaela.
everything on YouTube. So,
I believe in Michaela.
And I much prefer not being responsible for other people's lives. I really hated a couple things about it.
Nick's eating cheese, I guess, or crackers live on it. What is with all these guys bouncing and eating on air?
And I much prefer not being responsible for other people's lives. I really hated a couple things about it.
So he'd really prefer not to be responsible for other people's lives. Then why the fuck would you choose to be a lawyer? I'd rather not be responsible. Then, I mean, being a lawyer would probably be, I don't know, insane to pick as a job career thing to do in your life. You should have, I mean, you really honestly should have tried to be a landscaper. Or, I don't know, someone who served ice cream. Therefore, you didn't have to be in charge of anyone's lives but your own. You chose this profession. You cheese-eating, carrot-eating, I was going to call him a bitch, but I'm trying to refrain from just using an easy comeback and calling people bitches. So bear with me here.
I live in a very small community, right? The big town here is about 15,000 people. When a drug raid happens on a meth house and they, they have infringements on these people's rights, they don't have the money. They just don't have the money to fund the type of legal work.
This guy, law of self-defense is sneaking in a little treat. Look at this. Sorry, if the computer skips, that's my bad. Watch this motherfucker try to sneak in a little treat.
They just don't have the money to fund the type of...
Whoop! We caught ya! We caught ya! Thought you were sly, Mr. Law of Self-Defense, if that's even your real fucking name. What you eating? Care to share?
They don't have the money. They just don't have the money to fund...
John, you don't get it, man. They do 8-hour streams on Karen Reed. Guess what? I do 8-hour streams on SteelToe. You don't see me sneaking a fucking Dorito in my gullet. Now, maybe when I go to break and come back, I'm just getting over eating a piece of cheese, but that's me coming back from a break. You see, I don't do it mid-show. It's very disrespectful. Either eat before or eat after or during a break. To sneak eat like this, whoa, whoa, that grinds my gears. Whitey.
Right. They don't have the money. They just don't have the money to fund the type.
Look at that. The level of disrespect. They did a 24-hour stream. I did do a 24-hour stream, Chris Mack. Chris Mack says the Blades election coverage was legendary. Thank you. Makes me feel all giggly. I mean, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, Chris Mack. Take that back. Say it sucked. Or else we ban... No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to ban you. But we will be doing another 24-hour stream once back at the mothership. So you have Kush King to thank for that one, by the way. Anyway, Whitey is sneaking in some either carrots or a Dorito or an orange thing. An orange substance to which I don't know. I mean, what else is orange? Orange popsicle, a carrot, a Dorito are the only three things that come to mind. I'm really trying to rack the old noggin here. What else is orange that is edible? Expired celery? I mean, maybe. A tomato? Possibly.
And they, they have infringements on these people's.
Snapping into a Slim Jim, says Kmart. Possibly a Slim Jim.
Right. They don't have the money. They just don't have the money to fund the type of legal work that you need to do this.
They don't get a Karen Reed defense team.
No, I mean, I had a case years ago, and it was three people all in the same meth house, and ended up taking $500 a piece from them. And
so Dick represented some 3 people in a meth house. He took $500 a piece, mind you, from meth heads. He took their last dollar, and he did it with a smile on his face. But now he's going to say, "Oh, I didn't feel so good about it."
The case is resolved very favorably for them, but it's like they didn't have it, and it's like, okay, these cases cost thousands of dollars.
So they didn't have the money, yet you took their last $500.
Like,
got it?
Not these aren't $100,000 cases, but $5 to $10 grand if you're doing the actual work. But they just it's like Matthew McConaughey taking a plate of cookies and A Time to Kill. It's like, well, there isn't any money there though. Like, so what else are you going to do? And the real answer is most attorneys end up just saying no because you have to. But at the time, I needed to get cases under my belt, so it was I don't regret it or anything. But I hated taking those checks because I knew that was.
But you took them. And look at this guy. He can't stop. He's on an eating fucking tear. He's so fucking He's star. Yeah, I mean, again, you're going to be on an 8-hour stream covering Karen Reed. Why, in your right lawyer mind? This is why I think lawyers are retarded. Like, there's seriously something wrong with all lawyers across the board. I don't trust a lawyer as far as I could throw one. Because they think it's a good idea. They think it's smart and cool and professional to eat, as K Murph said, a Slim Jim. Snap into a Slim Jim. Let's just do that live while we're covering Karen Reed. What would Karen Reed think about that? Karen Reed would think that was disrespectful. Karen Reed would look down on you, Frosty. I'm going to start calling this man Frosty. Yo, Frost. Anyway, this is the brilliance. This is what Rekieta. Now, I do have to point out the obvious that Rekieta is crushing the numbers way more than Steel. He's averaging 4 to 5 times the numbers that SteelToe is doing. So the delusion that SteelToe is somehow owning it in the shock jock sphere, and somehow that's a lower category than law tube. So therefore, SteelToe's numbers are somehow bigger than Rekieta's. Well, that is false. You see, the shock jock sphere again is probably one of the biggest spheres. That's how all of this really got started, from guys like Stern. Not all of it, but the majority of it. And Aaron, I mean, we see Aaron. We could see the numbers. Again, we're not blind Mike. We could see the numbers. As clear as day. What's that song? I could see clearly now, the gays are gone. We could see the numbers, Aaron. We're not fooling anyone.
It was even a stretch for them. And yeah, it's not my favorite thing. Don't like how expensive it gets. And then I don't like the idea, the idea that if you screw up, I mean, someone's life is completely, can be completely ruined.
Well, then again, you should have picked a different profession. But ladies and gentlemen, there's Nick Rekieta on his talks about re-upping his law license. Now, again, we've heard him multiple times in that clip state that he don't like other people's lives. Oh, I got a clip playing in the background. He doesn't like other people's lives in his hand. He don't think that's a great idea. Yet he's still trying to get his law license back. For what reason? I don't know. Maybe it's just a status thing amongst lawyers. Again, imagine how cringe. I want to get my law license back so Robert Barnes likes me. It's fucking putrid. You want Robert Barnes to like you, you sad individual? Robert Barnes is a fucking fruitcake. No, I have no idea. Robert Barnes might be a great guy. I see him on Alex Jones's program all the time, trying to take down the deep state. So kudos to Robert Barnes. Bobby! Bobby Barnes. All right, we have another list of clips, little update, and I'm going to get in some Melton, some Chad, and some Dan. Melton, Chad, and Dan. Patrick, Chad, and Dan. Pat, Chad, Dan. PCD. But before we do, a little 50-second clip from Melton. This is a great little bit. We're going to get into this little piggy on the next show. By the way, I think, again, we're going to do 1 or 2 more shows here from Studio K. I think we are finally starting to dial it in here. Yay, B! But then we'll be back in the mothership. We'll cover this little piggy in its entirety on the next show. But we do have a little clip I'd like to show you here because this is a great bit. If you're going to be at Hackamania, you might get to ask Nick Rekieta anything. You can't film it. It's not going to be recorded. You're not going to be able to tell anyone about it. You're not going to be able to show anyone. You might be able to tell some people. But this was from this little piggy. By the way, that featured Dick Masterson yesterday. Now, Dick Masterson's wrapped up in this whole SteelToe thing. Again, all these newcomers that are coming on 3 years too late, it's like, where the fuck were you 3 years ago? Where the fuck were you 3 years? I'd let you pass on the first year, but where were you last year? When all this was, really coming to a fucking head. You chose to bury your head in the sand and act like you were too cool for it. You act like you were too cool for the toe. Meanwhile, you got guys like me and others that were in the trenches day in and day out covering every fucking second of this man's life. Seriously, it's probably, like I said, probably cost me, I'd say conservatively, 7 years of my life. I might die 7 years prematurely due to SteelToe coverage. That might be a diagnosis my doctor gives me on my deathbed. Listen, if you just would have not covered that SteelToe character, you probably would have lived until you were 99. But instead, you're going to die at fucking 92. So, fuck you, SteelToe, again, for that. Costing me some years. And fuck you, Dick Masterson, Tom Chilstrom. Yeah. Whatever happened to that guy? Tom Myers, and all the others. Like producer Phil. Or Anthony Zenhauser. Are encroaching on my territory. We look down on you. We think you're less than. Okay, anyway, this is what's going to be the big selling point at Hackamania. If you're going, well, you have this to look forward to. This is from yesterday's This Little Piggy. And the first thing I want to point out, want you to notice, is Muhammad Mudais, a guy who I'm indifferent and partial with. I don't think he's the worst guy in the world. The only thing I've said about Muhammad Mudai is that he's one of these arrogant pricks. He's has this arrogance to be right about everything. And sometimes that could be a great thing. Sometimes he could point out a lot of interesting things, but most times you just come off as an arrogant prick from New Zealand. Nobody likes an arrogant New Zealand prick, Moody. So allegedly, just check it out.
Hackamania.com. There's still time to get your tickets.
So allegedly, the rumor has it that Moody was, let's zoom in, hunting. Okay, we're going to go over this in depth on the next show. But allegedly, Moody was hunting for some gazelle. Gazelle? Yeah, right, gazelle. He was hunting for whatever. Let's just say rabbits or quail. And he was holding up his buckshot, and the gun backfired and hit him in the fucking noggin. And it caused him to have this great scrape on it, the great scrapening. And what, you're going to show up on cam like this? You're going to show up on cam with a great scrape. Got it. Jeff Clare says Moody sounds light in his loafers. Oh, Shea ain't no Rivers Cuomo. I'll tell you that. Steve S says a gazette? No, not a gazette. Isn't it called a gazelle? What the fuck is on the wall? Well, Moody's also, he's really into that TV show Dexter. And he's like into torturing his instead of like, respectively killing his animals that he hunts, he takes them back to his nerd lair and starts tweezing off their fingernails and clipping off their legs and arms one by one. And he's doing this to create some sort of Frankenstein animal. Probably. No, but you're right. What is with the... I mean, he's got pliers. He's got... I mean, just a lot of pliers on the wall. Maybe a wrench here. Some yarn back here. I mean, what are you tying up? I know he's into 3D printing, so this might be the spool for the 3D printer, but what's with the pliers, bro? And most importantly, let's forget about what's on his wall for a second. What's on your fucking face? Boom. This week on Moody's face, he shows up on this little piggy with a scrape the size of Africa on his forehead. Anyway, I just like to point out other people's blemishes on their face. Maybe he's trying to take a page out of Patrick Melton's book, showing up with a blemish, because Melton likes to show up with pus pockets on his face. So Moody's trying to maybe one-up Melton in this aspect, possibly. Anyway, it's not about the blemishes. It will be on the next show. Let these guys describe to you the big draw at Hackamania.
To come on out. Here's what I've been told, and I'll just tease this. Nick Rekieta is willing to, I guess we have to do this in a hotel room, makes it even more erotic. Nick Rekieta says we'll do a
erotic, he says. Interesting choice of words, by the way.
A tell-all
tasting about it?
Ask Nick anything, and he will not hold back and tell everything. But
shit.
it cannot be recorded, and everybody has to like drop their phones at the door and everything.
Oh, okay. So you're pulling a page out of Joe Rogan's book. Got it. I thought you hated this sort of thing. You're pulling a page out of Rogan's book. You're basically gonna draw people into this hotel room to have Rekieta do a tell-all. By the way, you can't record, and you got to drop your phone and recording devices into probably a yonder bag. We've come to despise this sort of thing, especially from... It's interesting that these people choose to withhold information, and they're the biggest free speech advocates in the world. So that contradicts that argument. You're not... If you really were into free speech, you would die for free speech. I know people are thinking, well, Rekieta might not want most things to get out. Well, then he shouldn't do a fucking tell-all. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You can't have it both ways. You either do the tell-all for it to be publicly broadcasted, or you don't do the tell-all at all.
Recorded, and everybody has to like drop their phones at the door and everything. And you're allowed to go out and tell anybody anything he said, but he will deny it all. But he will.
So what is the fun of that? So Rekieta tells us to tell all. We get to go around saying, oh, did you hear what Rekieta said in the weird erotic hotel room? Yeah, he said he was, licking Aaron's butthole all day, every day for 6 months. But Rekieta's going to deny it. So, I mean, what is the fun in that? What is the purpose of this? I'll tell you, it's for the cash. Everything's for the cash. These people are ruled by the almighty dollar. That's a fact.
And you're allowed to go out and tell anybody anything he said, but he will deny it all. But he'll tell you anything you want to know. And I think that could be really fun. Yes.
Oh fuck,
yes.
that's awesome.
Oh fuck, that's awesome. Carl, you're seriously, sometimes adorable. Carl sometimes is adorable, even though he's a freak nerd who deserves to be on the receiving end of a guillotine. Guillotine? Why does that not sound right? Guillotine. Sorry. Guillotine. I'm a little drunk, so bear with me. Guillotine, Maxine. I don't even know what I'm trying to say anymore. Why don't we just wrap the show here? I think this is a good place to put I'm kidding. A guillotine. Off with your fucking nerd head. He gets so excited about it. Oh, this would be so cool, man.
And you're allowed to go out and tell anybody anything he said, but he will deny it all. But he'll tell you anything you want to know. And I think that could be really fun. Yes.
Oh fuck,
yes.
that's awesome.
So maybe like Thursday night, I'm thinking, like after our high roller dinner or whatever, before our Tukey's 1 a.m. White Castle shitting itself episode.
I love
it. Sounds like we need a label maker to label all the phones that everyone drops.
Very funny stuff from Scar, man.
Hackamania.
Scabies dude, Muhammad Moody. So that's what you could be expecting at Hackamania. Get ready to ask Nick anything, much like I'm about to ask Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid Anything coming up here in just a second. I want to do this Melton stuff. I'd really like to. It's very long, though, and the Chad segment I have lined up is also very long. So I'm undecided here, folks, whether to do Melton or Chad or both. I don't want to keep Dan waiting. What time are we at here? 5 p.m. We're at 5 p.m. We've only been going for 2.5 hours. Why don't we just do both? We'll start off with Melton, and we'll do Chad, and we'll do Dan. So, Dan, you better be fucking ready when we call you up to the big leagues here. Anyway, Patrick Melton, he had his return this past week. He went away for like a week, and many people were questioning, where's Melton? Where's Patrick? Where's my SteelToe coverage? Where's my Opie coverage? Where's my Chad coverage? I don't know. Where's Melton? Well, Melton's going to describe to us where he's been, what he's been up to, and it ain't good for old Patty boy. He's being this self-entitled prick to everyone in the greater New York City area. If it didn't accommodate Patrick the way Patrick likes things, Patrick give these people attitudes. People all the way from New York City subway train riders to people who worked at Starbucks and every black person in between. From Manhattan to Long Island, Patrick was a complete and utter, scumbag. No, maybe that's too harsh. He was just a self-entitled prick. And we're going to show you because, again, this is a guy who just, a few short years ago was scraping by with viewership at all. And he was just, go back and watch. I challenge anyone who is in the Melton, go back and watch an episode from 4 years ago. I happen to think Patrick Melton is indulging in some sort of stimulant. He's either taking Adderall, Vyvanse, Ritalin, or all three. Because you go back and watch 4 years ago, and I could show you, this is what Patrick Melton's show was like. Hey guys, today we're going to talk about Bitcoin. And I like Bitcoin, and you should too. And then we're going to talk about Trump. Who likes Trump? I like Trump. I'm a Trump guy. And like his everything about Melton has changed in the last 3 years. And he's gone from this very dreadful, tiresome, fat character. He's still fat, but fat like just in his voice, in his cadence, very fat, to now he's overly stimulated. He's always yelling and being animated. Ooh. And again, one can only point to stimulant use to get you to this point. You don't just go from 0 to 100 without some sort of Adderall involvement, in my opinion, or cocaine or crack or meth. I mean, one of those could be an option as well. But I don't peg Melton as a illegal substance user. Although he used to he was really into cocaine allegedly at one point, but that's neither here nor there. I'm talking about the future. I'm talking about the present. I peg Melton as a guy who would go out and doctor shop in the greater Las Vegas area. He's probably found this nice doctor who'd write him, 4 Adderall 30s a day. And he takes them and takes them and takes them and takes them. And this is how he's able to do hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours over the same SteelToe character. Again, I do 45 minutes on SteelToe. I'm burnt out. I'm like, I can't do SteelToe anymore. Melton's whole show is SteelToe, basically. 95% of Melton shows is SteelToe. But again, don't take my word for it. Go back and watch Melton from 3-4 years ago and then watch him today. And you tell me that I'm off. And Melton, if I'm off by saying this, piss test. Show up live. I'll provide the piss test. You piss in a cup. And if somehow I'm off and you're not pissing dirty, look, you could piss dirty for alcohol or weed, whatever. If there's any stimulants involved, I was going to say I'd eat my own shit, but I'm not willing to do that. What will I do? We'll figure out something. We'll figure out a deal. I'll jump off a cliff. I'll jump off a bridge. I don't know why it's got to be me jumping off of something. I'll for a week, I'll worship the ground you walk on and call you the greatest podcaster and send you In-N-Out Burger for a whole week. Or your choice of fast food if there's no stimulant usage in your piss. Prove me wrong. It's my new spin-off series. Like Steven Crowder's Change My Mind. Mine is Prove Me Wrong. Patrick Melton's Piss Cup Endeavors. Someone says, fuck that blade. No. I'm willing to die on this hill. Thrift store red bar for you two boomers. Says Mint Diggity. Talking about Melton? Talking about me. Talking about me, Mint Diggity. We're fighting immediately. Blade will give up. Yes, okay. I'll give up Wheeze. Now, I feel like the punishment. That's a good punishment. That could be also added on, too. I'll give up Weezer. I have to think that he's getting weekly drug tested. Who? Melton? Blade would never take drugs. No. Drug-free. This body remains drug-free. My body is like a temple. And I worship the I don't go that far, but, you know, I like to indulge. I like to have some drinks on the show out of a bird cup. I ain't taking no stimulants. Never have, never will. Mint Diggity says Melton. YouTube. Well, fuck you, Mint Diggity. How's that sound? Huh? Go kick some rocks, you sandbagging son of a bitch. Texas F says, keep up, Blade. Fuck. Oh, okay. Rekieta says no rackets. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. And that's why Texas says keep up. Anyway, Metagrass says I pound Adderall. All right, we're getting out of the chat room and we're going to the Melton. Let's see them.
Little pumpernickels. Hello. Welcome. We back. We back. Okay, sorry I was too busy. I was catching up on 90 Days the Other Way.
So I know he's going to say that, I wasn't actually watching 90. He has admitted himself he's into watching TLC on cable television. Him and his retarded wife. These are Patrick's words, not mine. They're actually into watching 90 Day Fiancé and all these other weird, lame shows. So Melton's first thing he says, he utters out of his mouth is, I was watching 90 Days the Other Way. I mean, okay, I guess. If that's what you like to do, I find that completely odd, weird, and only something a guy on massive amount of stimulants would enjoy. I better not see anyone in today's chat room. Look, you could disagree with my sentiment here about Patrick. You might love Patrick. You might jerk off to Patrick. You might rub your nipples to Patrick. You might fucking carry Patrick's water every step of the way. That's fine. I better not see you agreeing with, dude, I love me some 90 Day Fiancé and 90 the Other Way, bro. That's my shit. Because if it is, well, then we have a problem. We're taking down your name and we're filing it into our filing cabinets for to be, for you to be researched later. Anyway, Patrick, where has he been?
Okay, sorry I was too busy. I was catching up on 90 Days.
Yes, MGD. I only watch monster trucks and UFC. That's it. Bare knuckle fighting. That's it.
Days the Other Way, which is like a TLC program. JK. Anyway, hi, good to be here. Thank you for being here. We have missed so much stuff. I flew to New York on last Wednesday, and
those lip smackings, by the way, that's got to come to an end.
I flew to New York.
Listen to this.
We have missed so much stuff. We have missed so much stuff. I flew.
Melton, you're gonna have to cut off that lip smacking shit. That ain't gonna fly no more, man. It's like nails to a chalkboard when I hear somebody smacking their lips.
We have missed so much stuff. I flew to New York on last Wednesday, and I have been unplugged. I have not been involved in the Aaron Imholte saga.
Sure. By the way, sure. You hear him say this all the time. I haven't watched it. I don't know what's happening. I've been unplugged. I don't know what's going on. But then he's the same motherfucker who can recite every fucking part of the transcript from any SteelToe episode in that given week to a T. Again, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying you've watched the entire thing front to back, but you've definitely watched SteelToe on your vacation. Or whatever you went to. Gaycation. You definitely watch him steal. You watch SteelToe every day. There's nothing wrong with saying that. You're the SteelToe guy. That'd be like saying, I'm an NFL football player. Or I'm a drummer. But I don't drum. I drum sometimes. Not really, actually. Or, whatever. Whatever you're into, it's like saying, I actually don't do that thing all the time. You're lying, dog. And there's no need to lie about it. Be about it. But anyway, let's hear him.
I don't know what's been going on. I'm aware of a little bit of stuff.
Sure. I thought you just said you were unplugged. So now you're aware of a little bit of stuff. So here's the lie right here, right? Look, I know it's a very minuscule lie in the grand scheme of things. It really means nothing. But this is the reason why I started covering Melton in the first place. For people who are new here, and you might just think I'm being a hater. The reason I started covering Melton in the first place is because the little fibs and little lies he would tell about me and my show. It's a crazy concept to understand and believe, but these are true. This is a true sentiment here. Go back and watch the last 3 years and how we got to this point. But in a nutshell, Melton was a guy who would show up in my chat room, DM me even. Hey man, kick-ass show. Would steal my content, say he would credit me, never credit me. Would be in my chat room asking for the link, and then on his next show say, imagine me ever being or watching Win by 2. So again, I don't necessarily have a problem with any of that. It's, why would you lie about it? That's my problem. You could say I'd never watch Win by 2. You could say, imagine me asking for the link. But it's the fact that you're willing to lie about something as small as that. And you're doing it again. And you do it day in and day out. It's the little fucking lies about that get me with Patrick.
Aware of a little bit of stuff.
Yes, Jay. We used to fucking love each other, if you must know. JK.
Apparently he ate a block of rancid Velveeta this morning. He's getting closer and closer to that butt.
If I got to hear about this Velveeta one more time, I'm sticking a Velveeta block of cheese in my mouth and taping it shut.
Closer and closer to
buttering.
By the way, head over to Hackamania.com today. Sign up for the butter eating contest. Cash prize for anybody who gives it an earnest go. We'll be paying you to punish your bowels. Hackamania.com, promo code NLO for tickets, and the live stream is up for sale now. For those of you who can't make it out, we feel really bad about that, but the live stream is up for sale. You can watch all the shows. This Little Piggy Live, The Biggest Problem in the Universe, Weird Medicine with Dr. Steve, The Creep Off, Cardiff, for both days at Hackamania.com. I recommend you do this in advance. The email password, I can't log in. I recommend you do this in advance for one simple reason. A lot of people are going to say, I didn't get the email with my password. I can't log in. I'm having trouble getting access to the stream. We've cut out all the shit from last year. There's not going to be any of that, like creating an account in Hackamania. All you have to do is buy the streaming pass in the video window. You will get an email with your two-factor authentication code, your password or whatever. And I recommend you try that now. I recommend you do it now, get that password, and log into it now. That way you won't have any problem on the day. You can stream to 2 devices.
By the way, we would be doing our damnedest to be delivering you all of the events, all of the live streaming events and the happenings at Hackamania. Live, like we did last year. So you're not going to want to miss it. I think it's May 9th through the 11th. We should be back at home base by then. And even if we're not, and even if we're still in Studio K, we will be doing our damnedest to bring you all of the live events. So no need to fear. If you can't afford it, I know some of the packages are like $230 for a live stream. And I know, well, you get the pre-stream, you get the post-stream, you get the karaoke. First of all, imagine charging $230 per stream to watch somebody like Dick Masterson do karaoke. I mean, what's it going to be? The pre-show, it's going to be you frantically yelling at people, wondering where a USB cord is. Sounds like a great investment. No. Sounds really swell. So rest assured, Win by Two will be doing its damnedest to bring it to you. I'd say it's probably 98% confirmed that we will be stream sniping the entire thing. And if they try to bring down the channel by somehow doing a porn bomb, we will have steps in place and workarounds for that matter. You can't stop Win by Two. We will be there watching every little thing Hackamania has to offer. So let's continue.
There's 2-factor authentication required for every device. But here's the problem. You're going to be scrambling around on the day trying to get it to work, and no one's going to be able to help you. Now, I am planning on having somebody monitoring the email address and providing support. But you know how these things go. You're going to get mad that your email went to spam, and you're too dumb to figure that out. Your email went to junk, and you're too dumb to figure it out. Pig Newton says Patrick apparently needs $30 right now. I do. We're broke over here. We are broke over here. I just got hit with a $500 bill by the union at the plaza today.
Here's another one of Melton's tactics. Let me tell you how much money I've spent. Feel bad for me and donate to me. Again, just a simple tactic, simple grifting tactic.
Broke over here. I just got hit with a $500 bill by the union at the plaza today. This was an unexpected expense. So yes.
Yeah, that's what happens in doing live events. You're probably going to be hit with unexpected cost, or in my case, unexpected pulling of the plug, where we don't even get to do the goddamn show. You got to be ready for anything, man. You got to be ready for anything. It's, who cares? Move on. Come up with the money yourself. You make good money, don't you?
Yes, we do need your...
But the only reason why he's saying that any of this happened is because, dude, Melton's really trying his hardest here. Let's give him some more money.
$30. You'll never believe what they want $500 for. The union, the labor union at the Plaza Hotel and Casino, our venue. Setting up the tables and chairs. This is almost what it cost to rent tables and chairs last year. But now I have to pay a labor union a bunch of fucking beef heads to move them from storage to the venue on premises and set them up. It cost almost the same as it cost to rent all the chairs last year. Fucking asshole. And they couldn't tell me.
Look at this. W-Man coming in. Member for, I think he's got Chris and I think Jeff Closer beat 24 months to the SteelToe message. Says I sabotaged him. No, W-Man needs me to, or not, I don't think he needs me, but he wants me to write a nice review for him. And I've been trying to log into this damn website that you send me, W-Man. And every time I provide my YouTube link, it always says, oh, there's a failure. We can't process your link. And now this has turned into me sabotaging W-Man. No, W-Man, did you ever think you sabotaged me? Did you ever think for one fucking second, W-Man, you sabotaged me for the last time? And I've caught on to your ways. Huh? It's always about me, W-Man. Me. What about me, W-Man? What about me? How selfish. How rude. Kidding, obviously. We love W-Man. Dabbleversity, I believe. Give him a follow. Anyway, let me move past this. I know he's going to berate some people here. Where are we at? And hello, blah, 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 yelling at the audience. Let's see what's happening.
It's bad.
It's bad. He needs money. Give him money.
Pre-show stream. We're going to be streaming the karaoke.
This is what you get for $230. Pre-show stream karaoke.
We're going to be streaming a pre-show on Saturday, and we will be streaming an after show on Saturday.
That's
and
cool.
You can get that by becoming a EP level.
That's cool
member.
shit. All right. Cool.
People who subscribe at the $200 level, that's right, cha-chang, are going to be what we call EPs of Hackamania. You will be listed in the credits that roll after every show. You will be mentioned on shows.
Guys, that's not a bad deal. You want to get your name on the credits at Hackamania? Huh? 200 bills. 200 fucking bills. I know. I want to spend all my money to get my name on the credits of Hackamania.
This is just like an extra boost of cash that's going to go to the performers.
An extra boost of cash.
We do appreciate that. The people want to support at that level. And some of you have already done it. So thank you very much. We will be giving out your first name and last initial because it's not tied into like the YouTube name system or anything like that. So anyway, with the EP level, you not only get mentions and
did I mention you get mentioned and you become an EP, but most importantly, you get mentioned. $200 mentioned, right? That's pretty cool.
Anyway, with the EP level, you not only get mentions and
sounds like a ripoff, man. Sounds like a giant ripoff.
Goodwill of supporting the performers, but you also get access to those 5 other streams.
Post-show, pre-show, karaoke, post-show on Saturday, and pre-show on Sunday. Hell yes. Money well spent. Whoop. Oh, you fucker. You fucker. All right, let's go.
Nobody else has access to on the website. You'll see them. Those streams only have the option to pay $200 for. All the other streams are available at the $30 level. We encourage you to sign up now. Thank you so much for supporting Hackamania. And again, people are getting really, really pumped and excited.
There's like 3 people that are getting pumped
hope to see
and excited.
You there.
Like, what?
It's 2 weeks away.
Maybe Proactive will
2 weeks
sponsor,
and 2
says Gamer.
days away. We kick off all these events, and I'm kicking into my gear now where I get everything in place and we get ready for that. So that's causing extreme stress. I'm dealing with more and more stupid people every day.
Now watch this. Mind you, these are the supporters that are supporting his show. Melton's about to go into full on. If I had the sound drop, I'd play it fake rage mode here. This is where he acts all fucking mad and he's going to yell at you and really tell you the how's and the what's.
Like Roger Rodriguez, longtime fan. You see him in the chat. He's been a member for almost 50 months, one of our leading members. But this guy emails me today. He's like, hey, I signed up for the high roller dinner, but I forgot I bought 2 tickets. My wife's going to be there. Do I have to get her a high roller dinner ticket? Or is that included? It's like, it's not included. It's sold out. Tell your wife to go to fucking Chick-fil-A. Tell your wife to go to White Castle, you pig. How would I know you were bringing your wife to dinner when you bought 1 ticket? You know, because there are people who bought 2 tickets. I see you, Sketty and Galloway. It's just never going to work out. I get emails from I don't want to name names. Shades Cal.
Why did he say it twice like
Cal?
that?
Shades Cal. You know, this dumb bitch has emailed me over the course of the past few months. Hey, I'm at the venue and I'm wondering, are you going to allow people into the side door or is everybody coming into the front? What do you fucking care, bitch?
Now, I got to admit, Shade's Cow isn't one of the sharpest tools in the shed. I think we can all admit this, right? But, you know, she's an avid supporter of all these live events and asking a valid question. Hey, will there be side door access? Or is it only front door? Very fair question.
Or is everybody coming into the front? What do you
Watch out, Melton
fucking
treats
care,
finger.
bitch? What do you care? Delete my email address. Delete my email address. Then today, the other day, just a few days ago.
Delete my email address. Just do it. Come on, just Shade's Cow. Just delete my email address. Sounds like a whiny fucking bitch. Whine harder, nerd.
It's supposed to be hot. And I think maybe you should hand out fans to people, or what's the...
That's a good idea, Shade's Cow. Finally a good idea from Shade's Cow. Michaela says she was thinking about Quadfather. Yeah, and all that handicap, shoddy crutches, and everyone else in between. Nasty Neil. Another valid question, Shade's Cow. Vegas is hot in May. Lord knows it's a desert. Hey, is there going to be any, you know, it's going to be hot there. There's going to be some people that are out of shape and, you know, struggling with weight. They have ankles the size of Vinnie Paulino, and Vinnie Paulino, shockingly, will be there as well. So how about handing out a few fans? You know, little squirt bottle fans. It might go a long way. You're making all this money, $200 per live stream. $230 for a VIP ticket. What's a couple fucking spray fans to you? This is Melton's response here. He has no consideration.
It's supposed to be hot, and I think maybe you should hand out fans to people, or what's the ventilation system like in the venue? Fuck right off! Fuck right off! You know,
You notice here, you can tell this is fake rage. His eyes get all... This is all just a play up. His eyes get all squinty here for the camera.
Kindly never email me again. Shades Cal. Never email me again.
Was it Shades Cal?
I mean, she's like, I used to be an event planner. You're going to be sorry to not have my advice. I'm not. I'd rather the venue be on fire and everyone be pouring sweat from their...
Why would they be pouring sweat from a fire? Would they be burned to a crisp?
And everyone be pouring... I'm not. I'd rather the venue be on fire and everyone be pouring sweat from their entire fucking bodies than you ever email me again one of your concerns about...
From your entire fucking bodies. I mean, look at just the sheer entitledness and ungratefulness. You got all these people coming out to Las Vegas. How you did that, I mean, will forever be a mystery to me. But furthermore, you got all these people supporting. All they're asking for is a fan and a side entrance. And this is the fucking little bitch baby fit you fucking throw. The tantrum you decide to throw. Wow, I'm Melton. I don't want to provide fans. Wow, I want Buffalo Wild Wings and a side of weed. Give me. You entitled
and
fuck.
Everyone be pouring sweat from their entire fucking bodies. Then you ever email me again one of your concerns about doors or fans or the AC. Die, bitch. Die.
Edgy stuff. Edgy stuff. Die, bitch. Die. Whoa. You don't want to fuck with Melton, dude. He's
or
living life on the edge.
AC. Die, bitch. Die.
I mean, really. Cool, edgy, shock
My mama
material.
told me about you white people. Good. Why didn't you listen? Us whites just want to scalp you and make you work in the fields like the Quaker Oats man. You.
Now we get some racy material here. Very
stop
cool.
Emailing me, everybody.
Sweaty Tries says B-Dub sounds fire. B-Dub sounds amazing right now, Sweaty. Don't get me started. I've had a few drinks in me. You know, right around this time, the hunger starts to creep in. And any mention of any food in the chat gets me going. Now my mouth starts to salivate. My mind is everywhere but the show. I'm thinking about fucking Chick-fil-A, B-Dubs, Outback. Fuck you, Sweaty.
You dumb no, just kidding, but please stop emailing me, everybody, about this nonsense. I could give a fuck less. And everyone else who's like texting me or emailing me, like getting excited about Hackamania, I hope to meet you there. I want you to know I think you're weird from jump.
You hear that? If you reach out to Melton, getting excited, if you're simply just an audience member, a paying customer to Patrick Melton, stop emailing, stop texting him. You're weird, bro. You're weird. You're excited for this whole event that he's going to throw. You're going to Vegas. It's going to be a great time. You've never been to Vegas. You've never been around some of these people, some of these nerds. So you're excited. You don't know what to do. You don't know how to control these emotions. You're letting Melton know, hey, man, I'm very pumped for this. Thank you for throwing on the event. Stop texting me. You're weird. I mean, imagine saying this as a comeback, by the way. I just want to let you know that you're weird. This is like Chad Zumock level, by the way, comeback here. Stop texting me. You're weird.
I want you to know I think you're weird from.
Whoa. Shout out to Poignant Pachyderm. Coming in for the $4.99. I got to pull up the chat on my phone. I cannot read that from the screen here, but thank you, Poignant, nonetheless. Says, why are Melton's new fans so afraid to admit he's a minor attracted, self-loathing, and absorbed freak? Self-loathing and absorbed freak. Thank you for the show, Blade. No, thank you for the $4.99. Poignant Pachyderm. We salute you here. 1x2. I do admire Poignant Pachyderm's hatred for Melton. Look, I despise Melton. I don't think he's worthy of the position he's in currently. I think he's very selfish, as Poignant pointed out earlier. Possibly a minor attracted person, self-loathing, and self-absorbed freak. But I admire that because Poignant stays consistent throughout. You go to any chat room across this sphere, there's Poignant Pachyderm letting us know that Patrick is a minor attracted freak. I mean, seriously, that needs to be applauded, I think. The consistency is next to none, really. I don't even have that much consistency, Poignant. So thank you for the $4.99. I don't know why they don't admit that. I don't know. Maybe they're scared. Maybe they don't want to go against their leader. Maybe they're afraid that their leader is going to berate them in this sort of way. I mean, it could be a plethora of things, if we're being honest. Let's go to, I just want to show you, because, there's a lot to cover here. 24:57 to 46 minutes. So we're going to have to jump a bunch here. Everyone who met Melton. So this is where actually Melton was this past weekend. At 24:56, it starts. And let's just hear him out. All his gripes he had with New York City this past week.
Button, if you will, as it were. We got a lot to get to today, but I got some personal complaints. And then Riles came out to the meetup, and Hagen came
Sorry
out
if that's
to the
skipping
meetup,
around. It'll fix itself.
And I'm just going to call him the Lion. I don't remember this guy's name, and he has like
fix it. Fuck. What are we doing here? Let me stop sharing real quick. Let's reshare. I don't know what's going on, but I can't take that lag. I can't take the lag. All right, here we go. Sharing screen. Let's see if this works.
His username is I eat a lot of cardboard or something like that. Anyway, nice guy, but he didn't drink. We were all just drinking like fish. Balmer took out wads of money and just laid it on the bar. And I'm talking 20s, 50s, 1s, 10s, all of it. He just put out a literal pile of money. It wasn't organized in any way. And then anytime anybody wanted a drink, he would just grab a random bill and hand it to the bartender. Yeah, nobody pays for anything around here. I'm James E. Bauman. I'm Balmety James. and they start tipping the bartenders 50s and stuff. I mean, it was really something to watch as he told us all these stories about his life. You are not going to want to miss hanging out with James Baumert at Hackamania. It's going to be something. It's going to be something. I don't even know what to expect, but hanging out with him for just a few hours was fucking insane. Oh, yeah, Doghouse Riley was.
Why was it insane? Because you didn't have to pay for any drinks? Seems pretty nuts.
There.
Seems pretty nuts.
Yeah, I don't want to forget anyone. Doghouse Riley was there. Riles was there. I was there. I mean, maybe that was it. It was 5. But I.
There goes that lip smacking again. So he's, again, telling us where he was this past week, why he missed the last 7 days of doing any sort of shows, because he was too busy flying across country with James Baumert, Reels, dog fester person. And also he went to this wedding, allegedly. All insane. Mind you, he's going to tell us later that he was with his retarded wife. The story doesn't add up. Just listen. It's insane.
I was there.
By the way, lip smack coming.
That was it. It was 5. But I expected Stevie Lou. I expected Gino and Kiki. I expected Godfrey to come break my neck. Break my neck. But Godfrey's too busy fighting off rumors of gay, I guess. Anyway, it was fantastic. We had a good time drinking, except for the lion. He didn't drink. And he just sat around looking at us like we were animals because we were drinking. He's like, I don't really drink. And then I think Baumert bought him a Pepsi, So I think that was pretty good.
Cool story. I mean, cool fucking story. This lion guy, he didn't drink. But then I think Baumert bought him a Pepsi. So, yeah. Cool stuff. I mean, awesome. We didn't know. We didn't need to know about the drinks your acquaintances were consuming this past week. I mean, talk about you see podcasters do this a lot. They always divulge TMI, too much information. We don't need. None of us gives a rat's ass about people drinking Pepsi this past week. Seriously, no one gives a flying fuck.
Pepsi, I don't really drink. And then I think Baumert bought him a Pepsi,
No, I don't.
So I think that was pretty good.
That's pretty good.
New Jersey Ranger Chad today. You're not good. You should just stop.
Oh, there's NJ.
No way. Chad doesn't have anything new? No way. Chad has nothing new to say about anything. Wow. That's really, really goes contrary to the Chad I know. Coach Ubiquity says, hey, Big Sauce, can't wait for Hackamania. We can't wait to see you at Hackamania. Canadian girl member. He's like a licensed security guy. He loves flashing that gun. He loves telling you he loves to shoot. It happened on a secret night at a secret.
Listen to this.
We may or may not have bummed cigarettes off. I can't remember. There were a lot of secret things that happened on a secret night at a secret bar in a secret city known as New York City. And Rock came out all the way from his honey hole. And so I almost docked him. And it was fun. It was a fun night. I couldn't believe that we took off.
You've mentioned that. You've mentioned y'all hung out. I assume you guys are at the bar. What else would you be doing? Touching dicks? We get it. You hung out. Riles came out. Did I mention that he was bought a Pepsi? No? Well, Riles bought Lion Guy a Pepsi, and then, we all, looked at each other and we said cheers. And then, we all ordered a thing of French fries and mozzarella sticks. And did I mention we hung out? This is like Ray DeVito level of storytelling here. What is going on, Melton? We hung out and, it was a cool time. James E. Baumert, bought me a Coke. I didn't like to drink, but, he insisted. My friend the Lion got a Shirley Temple. It was very cool and good. What is going
Riles
on?
Came out all the way from his honey hole. And so I almost doxed him. And yeah, no, it was fun. It was a fun night. We all hung out. I couldn't believe that we took off out of there before midnight. I expected it to go much, much later, but you know how these poors are. They got to catch the train. So that was nice. And I was staying at Hotel Indigo, which is an IHG property because I have status. And it was lovely. It was a great hotel. They took fantastic care of me. And then the next day, I had to take the Long Island Railroad.
Didn't you just say poors take trains? But now you're talking about taking a train. Cool. Okay. Just making sure we're on the same page.
Farmingdale for a wedding. And I had to stay in a Hilton property that I think was built sometime pre-war. And I couldn't believe it. I was playing New York City bingo on the train. This is where you try to get all the experiences of New York.
By the way, this didn't happen while he was on the train. None of this happened. He sat down like the good little nerd bitch that he was, threw on a pair of headphones, and listened to SteelToe. And then he thought about this later after probably reading a Reddit post about New York City or some sort of thread. And he was like, oh, New York City bingo. I could use that for my show. I'll say I was doing New York City bingo. You weren't doing New York City bingo, as if that's a real thing. Get the fuck out of here.
On the train, this is where you try to get all.
MGD says, Blade, you dropping frames like crazy, bro. I think it's just a video. Hold on. We just got to periodically. I don't know why it does that. 1 second it plays crisp, and the next second you got MGD lash. No, you're not lashing out, but you're letting me know that the video is dropping frames. I don't know why that is, but we will reshare and continue. Let's watch.
Card, and then there was this black gentleman.
Thank you,
They're all
Em.
Black. Everybody I had fun with this weekend is black. You know, could have been Dominican, could have been white, could have been Italian, but no, they were all black. Empty Long Island Railroad train on a Friday morning, heading out to the island. The island. And this black guy gets on. I have my suitcase in the aisle across from me. Empty train, and this black guy gets on. He's
So Melton's suitcase is in the seat and aisle across from him. It's taking up a whole row of seats. Usually 3 seats to a row. 2 to 3 seats to a row. He's got his suitcase there, so no one else could sit. And now he's going to blame this black gentleman for wanting to sit down, and then I guess bitching at Melton or what. I mean, just listen. It's bizarre because why wouldn't you just put the suitcase either in your aisle or underneath your seats? Listen to this shit. Are we dropping, Em? We dropping heavy. Hold on. Stop share. This is embarrassing for my show. Hold on, I gotta exit out some tabs. Oh, how will I ever recover? How will I ever possibly recover? It's okay. We'll share, reshare. Again, all this is edited out in post, so at the very worst, just listen to it audio. Okay, Melton, back to Melton.
Empty train, and this black guy gets on. He's like, yo, could I get right here? Could I sit right here? That your bag, right? Move your bag. Now, my bag's really big and heavy, so I didn't want to put it up on the thing. The train's empty. I didn't think it'd be a problem. But, of course, this guy needs to sit across from me and my retarded wife. So
Right, so there was probably no other seats available, which made this guy have to sit across from you because there was probably no other seating available. And because of your sheer laziness and because of your bag was quote unquote too heavy, now this guy somehow the problem. Okay, I'm just trying to pick up on his entitlement here. And you see where I'm going with this. If you don't, then, I don't know what to tell you.
Of course, this guy needs to sit across from me and my retarded wife. So I picked the bag up. I put it on the rack above where the luggage goes. This man takes his backpack and proceeds to empty out no fewer than 16 iPads, 42 pairs of AirPod Pros, some brand new iPhone 16s, all in the boxes, all in the wrappers, dumps them out on the seat. It's one of those where like the seat's facing another seat. So he dumps them all out. I think that's why he wanted to sit there. Dumps it all out, and I go, oh boy, here we go. I turn to my wife and I go, 3 minutes until he offers to sell us. Yo, y'all want some really cheap AirPods? Y'all want some really cheap AirPods? Yo.
Black impression.
He starts setting them up in like cool ways and starts taking photos of them, for his criminal enterprise. There's no way these are not stolen or fake or whatever. And by the way, if you want to know how a smart person can get taken, ask Moody. I don't
So
think
this
he
is
wants
interesting.
this public. Moody bought AirPods Max. Those are the over-ear, like, big headphones. He bought them off a guy at a university, and then he found out they were fake. He wanted to save $200.
Wow, so Moody was so cheap. He bought, a pair of iPod Maxes from a guy at a university because he wanted to save a few hundred, 200 to be exact, not like something crazy like 500 or 300 or 450. He wanted to save $200. And Melton is about to throw him under the bus and let us know that Moody, the great Moody, who's got to be the smartest guy in the room, actually got scammed. I'm all for a good scamming story here, so let Melton explain this. But before he does, and Jay for the $1.99 says, story handcrafted to get Groomia on Super Tips. That's a fucking fact, dude. That is a fucking fact. And this is something we called out, a couple of weeks ago now at this point. Everything Melton's been doing is to get Kumia on to Hackamania, to get Kumia out to Vegas to do Hackamania so it sells more tickets, and ultimately have Kumia integrated into the Super Tip system, which would generate more money for Melton. Obviously, he takes 10% from all Super Tippers across the land. And now, what NJ is pointing out is Melton, a white guy, is telling us this story about a black gentleman, which Anthony Cumia allegedly hates. Now, Cumia, I do have to preface by saying this. Cumia allegedly hates trans people, but somehow, gives Jim Norton's thing a pass. He'll shit on Dylan Mulvaney all the live long day, but will touch tips with Sue Lightning. So you never know what's going on with Kumi. You never know if what he's saying is actually authentic. Does he actually hate black people, or does he actually... Because, I've always said to hate something, this is why I don't hate anything, because to hate something, you have to love it first. So maybe Kumia, deep down inside, loves blacks and loves trans, which there's nothing wrong with that, but interesting. And now Melton's making this big stink about, this black guy's his iPod and his AirPods and his this pod and that pod. Why are you doing this, Melton? Why are you doing this?
He thought he could just go get a brand new pair in the box, AirPod Maxes. He starts wearing them. He's like...
And by the way, in the process, throwing his brown friend Moody under the bus for getting scammed. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Noga says, Pat Melton can't come without the kids cheering sound drop, allegedly. Those aren't kids. That's a full adult auditorium you hear as my sound drop. But Noga, speaking of Patrick's sound drop, thank you for the 220. Patrick's sound drop of the kids and the confetti and the cool purple lighting he's got going on. Very kid-centric. Very kid-centric. All right, let's breeze through this. I mean, I wanted to get through all of this story because it tells so much, but it just simply we don't have the time. I still want to do Chad because that's going to set us up for Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid, who will be on this very program coming up in about maybe an hour. So let's listen. Let's get through it.
He's like, these are not comfortable. These are not comfortable. They even spoofed the chip that like pairs them to your phone, so they pop up saying they're AirPods Max. This is a guy with a PhD. This is a genius. This is a genius. So, and now he just has a pair of fake AirPod Maxes. That's Moody. That's the guy you all kiss his ass in the chat and pretend like he's a smart guy. And beloved chatter's right. Put that in your smart guy graph. So Moody got played. Moody got fucked. And so I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. And then he puts them all in the bag. No offer to buy them. And then so I check off, train guy with stolen merch on my New York bingo card. And then he kicks off his shoes, puts those up on the seat, and I'm like, oh my God, there's another square. I get another square. Two spaces on my New York bingo card, and you'll never guess what he did next. You'll never, ever, ever guess what he did next. He starts playing music out loud on his phone. Now, the irony is, if it was 5 years ago before everybody was just getting shot and accosted on the train for no reason, yeah, as if that was ever a time, I would have turned to him and be like, you have a bag full of AirPods. You have a duffel bag full of AirPods. Why are we listening to your music on full blast?
So you mean to tell me if this was 5 years ago, you would have turned to that nice, fine black fella and said, oh, you have a bag full of AirPods. Why don't you put those? You wouldn't have done shit, Melton. You wouldn't have done shit. You would have allowed this guy to play the music as loud as he proceeded to play it. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it doesn't make a difference. You wouldn't have said shit. You wouldn't have said a goddamn thing. Let's stop pretending that you're this hard ass and you're telling people on the street to quiet their music. Come on, man. What are we talking about?
On this empty fucking train. He could have gone anywhere. And then I've never seen him do this. He was playing a song. I don't know. Some of you ethnics will probably know what this song is. He was playing this song, and I've never seen someone do this. He kept rewinding it to the same spot and just playing like a verse over and over again. And it was like something like, baby girl, go ahead, do your dance. Baby girl,
look at this.
Let me see you do that dance. Baby girl, come on, baby girl, baby, do that dance. Do that baby dance. Do that little girl dance. Do that baby. And I'm just like, what is... And my wife has a thing.
His wife has a thing! He's admitting here his wife actually has a penis. I don't think he knows he admitted this, but he literally just says it right here, point blank. My wife has a thing. Oh, wait, shit. Too far?
And I'm just like, what is... And my wife has a thing.
I'm sure she does.
Down syndrome. She has a thing where if you play something like 3 times in a row, she loses her mind. It's her pet peeve.
Well, then maybe she shouldn't go out to New York City in public trains. I mean, I don't know. Not sure. It says autism. Probably both. Maybe she shouldn't go out if she's even real at all. My wife has a thing where if you start to play things, music, like particularly 3 times, like in a row, then, you're going to have a problem with the missus. Pat, if the missus is the same chick we saw in the Instagram video of you proposing to, ain't nobody worried of that bitch. I can promise you that. She's like 3'7". And, has Down syndrome. I mean, seriously, no one's worried about your alleged wife. Oh, John, don't you see he has the wedding ring on? Obviously, he's married. I still don't believe it. at all. I don't care what any court documents say. I find a hard time believing this fat bastard is married to a woman. I mean, maybe, okay, let me rephrase. If it is a woman, it is an actual retarded woman. So like when he's saying this, I know it's supposed to be like a joke, self-deprecating humor, but it probably is a retard. Because what woman in their right mind would choose to take Pat's hand in marriage for eternity? Death sounds better than that. All right, let's finish up with this. I got to move on to Chad. There's still so much show to do.
Like 3 times in a row, she loses her mind. It's her pet peeve is like she has some auditory objection to hearing the same thing over 3 times. If I keep saying the same word over and over, or the same phrase, or I keep playing something on the TV or a computer over, like when you're video editing, you have to A/B scrub a lot to get something right when you're editing. She loses her mind. I have to put she loses her mind about it. So this guy kept playing this song, this baby girl, baby when you and she's looking at me just like, ugh. And I'm just like, just breathe. Because I'm dying. This guy's got his stinky feet out. He won't use headphones. He's got all the stolen merch. And then, like, of course, she's... so she turns...
I mean, I just can't anymore. He's the slowest storyteller of all time, possibly. I just wanted to highlight, go back and watch the rest of NLO from April 22nd, and just, you could pick up from kind of what I covered here today. The entitlement that Patrick has now developed, and, his fake rage, how he degrades his audience on a time in and time out basis. And, it's just, the proof is in the proverbial pudding. But for the sake of time, I want to move on. I want to do this chat stuff, the falling out from MLC, today's sit-down Zumock episode. So let's jump into it, and then we're going to bring on Dan at the very end of the show. We got some nice podcast stupid coverage I would like to get into here today. After all, the man is in my thumbnail, so we have to cover him. I want to start off by Fractal Synth on Reddit. I want to show you, again, we showed you at the top of today's episode that I had written a song called Cuck Shark 2 years ago, pretty much laying out that Chad has been and will always be a Shuli mark from now until the rest of time. And this is the clip of Chad showing up on the Uncle Rico show, trolling Stuttering John, being so thrilled and excited to finally have his chance with the guys. So this is where it starts, and then we'll show you the fallout, briefly, of the fallout of Chad Zumock from this past week, and a little bit of today's sit-down Zumock, I think. Let's watch. Chadwick?
What am I doing wrong? Everything! Fuck.
Shuli, you're still muted.
Welcome to the show.
So Chad, hold on. This is so insane. Chad is so excited here in this clip. I didn't see this the first 93 times I've watched this clip. He's so excited in this clip, he's going to headbutt the microphone. Why isn't the fucking spacebar working here? All right, check this out. Watch Chad be so thrilled to be on the screen with Anthony Cumia. By the way, his show is called Cumia's Cucks. The guy, Cumia, who he named the show after, is sitting right to his left. Carl, one of the biggest Cumia cucks. Shuli, another huge Cumia sycophant. Bob Levy and Mike Morris we could leave out for the time being. But Chad, again, so thrilled to be on this show. So thrilled to the point where he's actually going to headbutt his microphone. Let's watch. Right here. Boom! Headbutts the mic.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now remember, Chad stands alone. He's a lone wolf. He doesn't need anybody. What would have been so fucking gangster, and I said this when this happened, I'll say it again now, 2 years later. What would have been so gangster is if Chad trolled Stuttering John with the Venmos went on this Uncle Rico show and then proceeded to fucking motherfuck and troll all of these people on the screen. Chad would have been a legend, and his legacy would have been solidified in, history as one of the great podcasters, one of the great mud sharks to ever do it. But instead, we get this. And this is where the name Cuck Shark was originated from. This clip.
All right, shut that horrible welcome, chat. Look at this. I mean,
here we are, everybody. How are you?
We're doing
it. I like cum. I drink cum. I like cum. I swallow cum. I like cum. I drink cum.
You cocksucker! I'll fucking cum on your dick.
Oh. And when he's not excited to fit in with the Shuli Network, he's talking about cum. All right, I want to play the Chad Fallout. I just want to play like 5 minutes of it because it gets very repetitive. This is courtesy of Doom. I got to take a quick leak, but I'll be right back. I'm going to let the clip play. And here, we're going to show you Chad's Fallout and a little bit of today's sit-down Zumock. But again, this clip gets very repetitive. So it's a 14-minute, almost 15-minute clip. We're not going to play the entire thing because it's, again, a lot of the same repetitiveness happening. But this past week. Chad had a little bit of falling out with Kevin. You might have heard. Let's watch it in its entirety. We'll be right back. Just listen to the clip. Don't change the dial.
Add yourself to Kumia's Cox intro fraud. Now, why? Let me ask you why. Why would I add myself to the intro of Kumia's Cucks? I'm curious. I really want to know why. Why would I do that? I don't like these people. They're all Kumia ball washers. I'm not one of them. I think Anthony Cumia is a piece of shit. So why would I put myself in the intro? I have no respect for Carl. I think he's a no talent. I think SteelToe's a clown. Chrissy Mayer's an awful person that doesn't stand for anything. E-Rock's a fucking shady, backstabbing radio cunt. So why would I put myself in? I'm curious. Why would I put myself in the intro? I really want to know. Is it because I don't shit on the Shuli Network and Shuli? Is that why? Is that where we're going? Why? Because KB hates them? Kevin Brennan hates them. Well, newsflash, Kevin Brennan hates everyone. Literally everyone. Across the board. At one point, when do you stop hating everyone? I can't be compromised, guys. Say what you will about Kevin Brennan and me or whatever. Dude, you look like a clown, Brennan, having the potato and the puppet on and talking shit on me. Guess who's never gotten the link? I'm not having the puppet on here. It's not happening. When I was in the depths of alcoholism, yeah, I had the potato on because I had nothing. I didn't know what I was doing. But he's a fucking creep. And he's not funny. He's never made me laugh. I refuse to click on anything of his. But you, on the other hand, send him the link. Send him the link. You stand for nothing, dude. Your show sucks. MLC sucks, period. I said it. I was there out of loyalty. I knew a lot of my audience came from that. You understand? I understand. I built this. I'm unlike Ray DeVito, who thinks he's just fucking some comedic god because he has a couple ball washers around him telling him what to do. I know where it comes from. But the show is not good anymore. It's not. Watching videos is entertaining. And you're going to come after me and you're going to go after Ken Moska's autistic kid? You're a piece of shit, dude. Period. Garbage, man. I'm not going to take your garbage anymore. You're bullshit. Kevin, fuck you. You know why the shows that have been good is because of me. You know why you got guests on? They're doing me favors. TJ Miller, Jeff Dye, doing me favors. Me, Chad Zumock, not you. They don't want to come on, Sam Trilley.
Your show sucks. Literally, that's just basically the whole, this is the whole turn of Chad Zumock. Sorry, that was a very long piss. I know, give it up for me and pissing. That felt amazing. I've been holding that in for 3 hours. The pretty much premise of this whole clip was Kevin's show sucks. It's not good. He should quit. And if it wasn't for me, the Mod Shock, Why did that slip into like an Italian accent? If it wasn't for me, the mud shark, but then your show would cease to exist.
So have fun, dude. Have a good time. Your shitty show watching
your shitty show.
Anthony Cumia and eating crackers.
Eating crackers and watching your show fucking blows. Watch that.
Drunk at night.
Your show sucks.
Have fun with what's his name? Dave Sierra or whatever the fuck that guy's name. I refuse to learn his
Dave Sarah.
His name. Great guess. That's who you got now, okay? I was the last guy standing.
He's the last guy standing. I mean, we get it right here. We'll watch another 30, and I want to go cut over into today's episode of Cumia's Cucks, this pop-up episode that we ripped from the internet to bring you here today. Let's watch.
You lost all credibility having the puppet and the potato on talking shit on me. Fuck off. Seriously. There's a reason why no one does that show anymore. You fucking piss off everybody. Because you're a fucking asshole. I'm sick of it, man. I'm tired of it, dude. This is all you have. This is it. I could wrap it up tomorrow and go do stand-up. You're done.
Okay, so you hear all these guys saying this. Chad, Kevin, many other people. I could wrap my show up right now and just go do my own thing and never come back to the internet again. I actually hate covering these people. Then why are you doing it? If you hate it that bad, if it pains you to show up and do a show every day, why are you still doing it? Go do stand-up then. Go do fucking stand-up. Go do stand-up, Mud Shark. Kevin? Hey, Kevin, the same fucking thing goes for Kevin. Go do stand-up or go, beat cops up on your spare time. I don't know what to tell you. But they hold it over their audience's head as I don't even know. Just like, guys, I don't need to do my show anymore. I could go and kayak across the Great Lakes for the rest of my life, and I can never come back to the internet again. Then go now, please. It's a joke. Don't hold your audience hostage. It's pathetic. You're 50, dog, and Kevin, you're 60 fucking 4. Go if it's really that easy to quit, then quit. Goodbye. Sayonara.
Done. It's a wrap. Going after someone's autistic kid, you're a piece of shit. Because he doesn't want anything to do with you anymore, Ken Mosca? Yeah, I don't blame him. How much money has he given you over the years? And then you shit on him? For what? He doesn't do anything. He likes the Shuli Network. What do I give a fuck? He wants to sponsor the Shuli Network. I don't give a shit. Ken's been good to me. He's a good friend. He's a solid dude. Just because I won't shit on Shuli. Okay, why? Why? Do something, Shuli. Shuli, I have to shit on you. Will you do something? Will you piss me off? Will you come at me? Will you do the anti-chat show? Will you do something? Because I'm getting a fucking tug of war over here. People are pissed I'm not shitting on Shuli. You're
I just wanted to get to the part where he freaks out. Hold on. We might have to stop share and reshare here. I just want to share because this was the biggest thing that happened, I think, this past week. And let's see. Bada bing, bada boom, bang, bang. All right, where does he freak out at? It's got to be coming up. He's like, fuck you! You fucking fag! You nothing of a show. You suck. Did I mention you're not good? And your show sucks? Well, your show sucks. And you're not good. And I'm the best. I'm the lone shark. He's a lone shark. That should be his name, the lone shark. All right, where's he get pissed off at? Or did we already watch it? I don't know. I was taking a piss. La da da da. Take a look at my girlfriend. You're not good. Anyway, it's just so pathetic. I mean, we've seen this time and time again. I don't want to really pay too much attention to this. even though it's, I mean, all over my thumbnail. But seriously, I think it's just a cautionary tale of we've seen this same playbook play out time and time again. Chad has a falling out with Kevin. They motherfuck each other for 2 or 3 months. Chad snipes Kevin. Kevin brings Chad on. Everything is buried. And, the world moves on as if nothing ever happens. And then rinse and repeat 6 months later. So that's pretty much the Chad Kevin stuff. Let's go to, before we get into Dan and nice podku stupid. I wanted to go a little bit of today's Coolmiest Cucks, if you'd allow me to. I want to show you how bad Chad's audio is, because it's abysmal. And then we're going to send Dan, the man, the link here. All right, you're going to see my screen here. Have no fear. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know why. So I pre-recorded the whole thing. All right, you see my screen. Boom, we're going to add a video. This is a mess. Damn, I was doing so well, too. Video storage. Recordings. We're doing it. All right, so the video is going to look like this. I hope people don't mind. But this is today, Chad's show from today. There's a couple clips I'd like to play. We might just play the intro. I'm not sure. Take note of Chad's audio. Now, mind you, again, everybody, every day, reminds Chad of how shitty his audio sounds. It sounds like a bag of popcorn is in the microwave, popping. And he just, I guess, refuses to fix it. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is today's sit-down Cuck Shark. Volume.
Happy holidays. It is Saturday. April 26th, y'all. Oh no. How are you? I took the last couple days off. Sorry, I have.
How did we get where, MGD? To this screen or the coverage? Yeah, Willie Hopscotch shade. Snap, crackle, and pop goes the weasel.
Have things going on. Things happening.
Things are happening. I mean, anyone could play an air horn. It's knowing when to play it.
Got the captain's hat back.
Whoa. I was unaware, by the way. I couldn't tell. You put the captain's hat back on? That's cool. He has to let us know. I put the captain's hat back on.
For a reason.
All right, let's listen to the reason. So there's a reason why he put the captain's hat back on. Check this out.
I got the captain's hat back for a reason, guys. I got an email.
Oh, shit.
From Greg. Shout out to Greg. And shout out to Randall, who picked Shadow Dancing by Andy Gibb up top. That was his suggestion because he's a $100 sponsor, and you can pick the song up top. I don't care. I might go with themes. Last week was yacht rock. This week I might just go disco.
That's edgy.
Greg writes, Shark, I know you're no longer on MLC. With that being said, now's the perfect time to bring back the captain's hat.
Yeah.
Redefine yourself with a new image. It's a brand new chapter. The bottom line, captain's hats bring in the super chat.
So we're not even 2 minutes into the show. We've played the air horn like 7 times already. I mean, this is fucking czar.
All right, let's see what happens, Greg. I took your advice and we'll see what happens. You could always email me. Shout out to Bubba. He's watching.
Oh, cool, Bubba. Shout out to K Murph. K Murph's watching as well. Cool.
You could always email me whatever the hell you want. I read it all. Good, bad, indifferent. I don't care.
Mind you, that's not my audio. The popping, crackling, snapping sound you hear ain't my shit. My shit might drop frames. MGD. It ain't crackling like a bag of fucking corn in the microwave. You can rest assured of that.
And while you're at it, follow me on Instagram, would you? And leave comments. I'm starting to put up more reels. I'm trying to break. Ever since my Patreon went down, I'm trying to take advantage of all these platforms because you never know what's going to happen.
James P seems to think that Chad's drunk. Very well could be. You know, here's a way I could zoom in on this. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's better. That's better. Look at that. Hey, me. I'm figuring shit out. Yeah. Air horn.
You know, people are gunning for you guys. They're gunning. And I don't want to be on the other set and I don't want to get shots.
Wait, what? I don't want to be on the other shit. I don't want to get shot. Is there a way I could rewind this? See, this is going to be the challenge here. I mean, look at this player I'm working with. Ew. Let's try that.
You're at it. Follow me on Instagram, would you? And leave comments. I'm starting to put up more reels. I'm trying to break. Ever since my Patreon went down, I'm trying to take advantage of all these platforms because you never know what's going to happen. You know? People are gunning for you guys. They're gunning. And I don't want to be on the other set. And
I don't want to be on the other side. And
I don't want to get shots. Shot. If you are in the chat, hit the like button. Consider getting yourself a membership or gifting a membership because in about 15 minutes or so, we will be going members only. So have your fun now. But that's the fun part. As we say goodbye to all the poor people, all the ball washers.
So wait, if that's the fun part, why would you take away the fucking fun part? Have your fun now, because that's the fun part. But in about 15 minutes, we're going to stop having fun. I mean, cool, I guess. I'm into not having fun on podcasts, by the way. That's my thing.
And we laugh and point, and we're like, ha, 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 ha. John, thanks for leading the charge with one gift membership. Thank you,
we're like
John
27
Spencer.
sound drops in.
And if you get a gifted membership,
27 sound drops
these
in.
people. They're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. And you can look like a hero. You want to look like a cool guy?
No.
Like Mike Z?
Oh, shit. 28 sound drops.
Congratulations.
What was that?
Congratulations. Mike.
What the fuck is he doing? I mean, James P., I might have to agree with you. He might be fucking back on the sauce here. Watch this word salad. Chad tries to deliver us here.
Charge with one gifted membership. Thank you, John Spencer. And if you get a gifted membership, thank these people. They're doing it out of the goodness of their heart. And you can look like a hero. You want to look like a cool guy?
No.
Like Mike Z?
Don't.
Oh, shit. Gifting one. Congratulations. I appreciate it. Mike Z. I appreciate that.
What the fuck is going on?
Mike Z in the place to be.
Okay, let's pivot.
Okay. Oh, now we're pivoting. We're not even 5 minutes in and we're already starting to pivot. James P., I'm going to go on a limb and say he is actually drunk.
Let's address the elephant in the room. As you know, I was very vocal. It was clipped. It was reviewed. It was gone over.
MGD says, who finds those drops? By the way, the crackling audio you hear, I need to preface by saying, hear my audio right now. It's clean as a fucking whistle. Again, the frames might drop, but that's not my fault. MGD brings up a good point, and I just lost it. Fucking chat. You motherfucker. You fucking motherfucker. Now I gotta go find it. I gotta go sift through the goddamn fucking chat. Motherfucking MG fucking D. Who finds those drops amusing or at all necessary? It's garbage, childish nonsense. It is. It's insane. Whoa, Mr. fucking double whammy. Ah! Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I watched a grown man today at 50, whatever chat is, 50, 51, for an hour and 22 minutes. Pivot more times than Michael Jordan did in Game 7 of an NBA championship game. It was so... And I'm like, thank God I pushed the show back today. My show. Thank God I pushed my show back today. I know people give me shit. You're not on time. You're not time. It's because I was doing this. Okay. So if ever I'm late, which is more times than not, there's methods to my madness. There's reasons, you see. I'm not just late because I'm like, oh, fuck you. I'll show up when I want to. That's like 2% of the time. But the other 98%, rest assured, it's because we're screen recording, we're working on things, or things are not working for me, whatever the case may be. But I watched a grown man today in Chadwick Zumock, really struggle through to get through his own show. And we're going to listen at the very end of his show, him actually admit that this was not one of his best fucking shows. I know, shocker, you would never believe it. Amidst all the sound drops and all the pictures and all the fucking cool bomb effects and all the you suck, you're not good takes, he's actually going to come to a sense and say, today's show wasn't actually that good. I'm a little rusty. Guys, I took fucking 5 weeks off multiple times. I come back, you don't hear me say, oh, guys, this was not a good show. You just you do a show. If it's not good, you come back and you do better on the next show. It's as simple as that. You never let the people, that would be like going out and doing comedy, or in my case, playing a set in front of people. And then after the set or the comedy show, you didn't perform to your best. Because not every day you're going to be on fucking point. There's going to be days you're going to be a little off. Some days I do my show and I'm a little off. But I never admit that to you live while I'm doing my show. I never, oh, guys, sorry, today it wasn't my best show. No, I treat every show like it's my best show. I learned, then I watch my previous show. I learned from the show before. And then I try to make adjustments and try to make it better for the next show. But I'm not going to sit here and dwell in, oh, it's not the best show. Pity me. Pity. Sorry. I'm not pitying anybody. Do better. Z-Man. And again, you talk for a living. This should really be easy to you. And you did an hour 22. I do 4+. And it's like, I'm just getting going at the 3-hour mark. Blade has better audio flying through space. Exactly, K Murph. Here, let's in honor of Chad Zumock. Thank you, K Murph. The air horn needs to go. It could be used sparingly, but overall, I think it needs to go. We need to remove the air horn from Chad's Roadcaster. Anyone I'm willing to hire Joey Catalano today. Pay him on my own dime to break into Chad Zumock's house and remove the air horn once and for all from the Cuck Shark. But yeah, as K Murph said, I'm flying through the vacuum of space and my audio sounds prestigious. Thank you, K Murph, for the 2. Let's continue on with the Mud Shark. Vince Griswold says space lights.
Gone over by everybody. That I quit MLC after Kevin went off on me, and somehow, for some reason or another,
somehow or an other, I think he said. Somehow or an other.
Got mad because I wouldn't shit on Shuli.
Again, it's not even so much that you wouldn't shit on Shuli, it's that Shuli is, by definition, a Kumia Cuck. Your show is called Kumia Cucks. It's not called, Kumia's friends or Kumia's close acquaintances or Kumia's pals, or it's literally called Kumia's Cucks. Kumia was just on Shuli Network, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. Yucking it up, doing some nut pinching. So it's not even that you would go after Shuli. It's just that how is Shuli not even in your intro? I guarantee if Shuli was just in Chad's intro and nothing else, Chad would never have to cover Shuli a day in his life. If Shuli was just in Chad's intro, I guarantee that would suffice and it'd be good enough. But again, he has this weird alliance to Shuli, which I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't think Chad's ever made a nickel on the Shuli Network. His bread is buttered on MLC. And it's like, why would you fuck that up? And if you're going to give me the excuse, I don't even need to podcast. I'm like a loner. I'm a lone wolf. I could go out and just do comedy with Swartzen every 6 months and pay the bills. Then do it. Then just do it. Be like Nike, just do it. Don't talk about it, be about it. If you could do that, bravo to you. I tip my captain's hat to you. Go do it. No one's stopping you.
And then he got mad at my friend Ken Mosca because he's a $100 sponsor on my channel. And he's sponsoring the Shuli Network. And that was one of the perks of being a $100 sponsor. And that's what Ken watches the show. He likes their show. Meanwhile, Kevin thought we were sticking it to him. Because
and this is not me.
Is $100.
This is Chad.
Sponsor, and he gifts a lot of memberships over here. And he does it on the Shuli Network. As you know, Ken and Kevin used to be friends. No, they're no longer friends. But he honestly thought I was sticking it to him and afraid of Shuli, and Shuli owns me and all this bullshit. Then I had to explain to Kevin, anybody can be a $100 sponsor. Randall's promoting Rob Saul's show. I don't like Rob Saul. I think he sucks. And
I think he sucks. I don't even think he's good. Rob Saul fucking blows.
Kevin, Nick and
all right, for the sake of time, because I got to bring Dad on here, and then I got to go eat fucking roast beef after this. I want to go to 11640, and again, any sit-down Zumock show you tuned into, you could, almost bet your bottom dollar, besides hearing that these people they suck and they're not good. You could hear that Chad always says, I don't even want to cover these guys. They're so shitty. They just suck. I don't like them. They're not good. And it's funny because listen to what he says here. Chad?
Imagine this guy. He's always, everything's a win. He's been winning. Even though he's on probation, he's winning. These guys are hilarious. I love them all. Don't ever change. Keep being you, all of you.
What? I thought you said you hated them.
Everything's a win. Diablo said you just celebrated Dr. Steve not coming to Hackamania as a win for you. And a loss. No, I never said it was a win for me.
No, I never said it was a win for me. That's not what I said.
I just think it was hilarious that he canceled. When I said that was probably going to be the only good show there.
So there's Chad changing his tune, going from I hate all these people, they disgust me, they're annoying, they're this, they're that, to I love all these people. All right, last clip from Chad today, 121.10, and this is Chad admitting that today's show was not good. Let's listen. The Mud Shark.
One, you guys are the heroes. We learned Bert Kreischer's a douchebag. Seriously, he's going to be in Tampa next week. I think next Friday. Like literally doing his marathon right by my house. I have to do something, right? I have to. I mean, nothing illegal. Nothing threatening. Just hey, how you doing, Bert? And videotape it.
You're not.
And see what he does.
You're not going to do any of this.
How's it going, Bert? Huh? Bert?
Chad, if Bert Kreischer DM'd you tonight and said, hey, man, look, I'm sorry for what happened in the past. Can we squash it? and I want to bring you out on, Bert's Big Belly tour coming this summer. You would fucking kiss the ring of the Don so quick and be Team Bert Kreischer quicker than you could say Cuck Shark. That's a fact. That's a fact. Bert might have did you dirty. I don't even know the full story. Bert might have talked shit on you, probably rightfully so. Again, a guy like Bert Kreischer can't be associated with a guy like Chad Zumock, especially if you're trying to be a mainstream comic. People typically frown upon mainstream comics hanging out with criminals and promoting criminals, such as Chad Zumock. Now, again, I know that was in the past, and I don't even like to bring that up with Chad, but I'm just, facts are facts. A guy like Bert typically will just disavow a guy like Chad and cut him off. And look, it might be fucked up, it might be wrong, but it is what it is. My point is, if Bert reached out to you tonight and was like, listen, Chad, come on, let's do the Machine tour. And he takes off his shirt, he swings it around, you would be sucking that fucking hairy titted beast. You would. I mean, that's just who we are. That's who you are, Chad. That's who you are. Stop acting like I'm going to go film Bert Kreischer in Tampa and say you suck. Like, you're not. You're not doing any of those things. What, are you going to go up to Bert Kreischer in your captain's hat? Walk up to him and say, oh, Bert, you suck. You're not going to. Stop. You're making an idiot out of yourself.
I don't know.
Willie Hopscotch says he won't be compromised.
This wasn't one of my best shows. I admit it. I took 3 days off.
I took two, maybe 3 days off, and I'm just a little bit rusty. Guys, I take weeks off. Come back and act like I didn't even miss a fucking beat. Dr. Chow, 10 months. And this is probably going to be Team Chad, but we'll read it regardless. Bert. Okay, so he's giving me some Bert and Chad lore. Bert did Chad dirty. Z-Man pulled a threesome with some Kreischer groupies. No way. This is, come on. Some Kreischer groupies when he was opening for him. Bert has been jealous of the Z-Man ever since. Come on, Dr. Chow. I believe half of that story, not full. Come on. There's no way Chad pulled a threesome with some Kreischer groupies. That just sounds insane. Come on. Dude, Chad's always been anti-Bert. Bert's always been anti-Chad because of Chad's willingness to score puss and the likes of threesomes to Bert's groupies. Come on, dude. Maybe. Is that true? Doubt it. I doubt it. But we'll continue on. Thank you for the 10 months, Dr. Cha.
I'm getting back into it, no?
Yeah.
I'm being puppeteered by the Shuli Network, guys. You guys got to give me a break. Got to figure out what Shuli tells me what I need to do next.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Third position.
Snap, crackle, pop.
My marching orders from Shuli.
Chow says it's true. He's told the story before. Even the chat lost. Where'd it go? Even Bert has told it on podcast. If true, send me a clip, please. I'd love to watch that. I'll eat my words. I just don't find that to be the case. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Send me the clip.
Johnny says you should talk with Bert YouTube's terms of service. Oh, I got some information on John, too. Oh, I got information.
Remember, the guy who doesn't like the dog pile on people loves to go after Stuttering John. Interesting. MGD member for 12 whole months says, Dan, or were we right? All right, we're going to bring on Dan right now. Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. I got to set this up. So that's Chad from today. Sorry, there's a weird way to share that clip, and it's the only way I could share the clip. Before we get into Dan in its entirety, so what you have to know is Dan, as of yesterday, here, I'm going to send him the link now. Dan, as of yesterday, has, like I said, thrown down the gauntlet, essentially, is going after Kevin Brennan, is super anti-Chad, and he's not going to hold back anymore. At last I seen of Dan, he's not wearing his shades anymore. He's been 2 episodes without wearing his shades, which is pretty cool. We can actually see Dan's eyes. Very interesting. I have a couple questions for Dan. Might not be the longest of interviews, so sorry for that. But I want to show you a clip from the other day because this is going to set us up into Dan's appearance here today. So I just sent Dan the link. We'll wait until he comes in for me to bring him on. But until then, we're going to show you a clip from Nice Podcast Stupid on Thursday. So let's check this out. Done.
Happy Thursday night, Funsters. Dan is back. Sans sunglasses. They said it wouldn't happen. They said it couldn't be done. I have eyes. I listened to my audience. And so we're back. We're back. Here's the eyes. You can see them. It's a real person. No more sunglasses, so you can get that off of the list of things to rip me before. We're back. We're live. Better than ever. We got a special guest, someone new to the show, someone who's, I guess you'd call him an animated individual. We'll bring him on in a second. How's everybody's week going? Going good? There's so much stuff going. Looks like ski mask with a cap and glasses. Coach Weekly, I'm a noob. Watch the show, but I've seen clips. Well, thank you for joining, Coach Weekly. Hang out. This is just a hang. That's what this show is. It's a hang. It's a couple of guys, couple of broads getting together, just shooting the fucking breeze. There's some square face going on here. Yeah. I do have a little bit of a kind of a square face. You know what? I to be honest, I gotta get back on the. Get back in the gym. To be honest, packing on the winter weight. So I gotta get back. I gotta slim down. So hopefully, it'll be less of a ski mask face and more thin and not gaunt, but a little nice nice podcast.
Hold on, people are saying latency said. We're going to stop the share, stop the steal. We're going to simply reshare. Everything is fine. Just breathe. Shh.
I've been so it was funny tweet today. Somebody's like, Dan, why are you fucking glazing all these people, man? Why are you like up in everybody's DMs? You're trying to like ingratiate yourself, and you're kissing Zumock, kissing up to him and getting in and all this stuff. And I mean, nothing could be further from the truth. But I will say, there's a little bit of networking that goes on kind of when you're doing this. Like you gotta, it takes a village. You can't just do this alone. Well, we're gonna bring on him in a second, but let me just say the one thing I want to get off my chest here, because I like to start off a show like let's get ripped. Let's go. Let's get fired up. Stuff off. There's been a lot of stuff. People know Dan, right? Dan,
right.
Man.
I know Dan.
Call
right.
me. They know that I love
Dan.
The fucking gossip. I love
Dan's a gossip
starting
queen.
Shit. I love finishing shit, and I love knowing shit about people. And it's sometimes you don't even want to like reveal it, right? You don't even want to like put it out there. You just want people to know that it is out there. Thank you, Shmuel. Beautiful eyes. Black like a dead and black like a doll's eyes. Lifeless, or whatever that saying is from Jaws. I do have kind of shark eyes. But people, when they know when they could trust you, they start.
So I've been informed now. All of a sudden, my audio wants to take a shit. Eh? I've been duped. So we will sit. We will wait. And we will wait some more. We'll stop sharing again. We'll try it one more time. Let's see what's going on. If not, I mean, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Maybe W Man sabotage me for the fucking final time. Try this one last time. Someone says, whose audio is more fucked up? Is it Dan's or is it mine? I guess it's me. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Everything is coming in clean. On my end. I don't know. We might have to pull the plug. We might have to pull the plug. The clip sounds like shit. Okay. We'll fix it. Sorry, that's how we troubleshoot on the fly. Bear with me here. Sorry about this. This will all be edited out in post. How does it? I mean, this is bizarre. Bizarro. Okay, we're going to try share one more time. If it doesn't work, I mean, I don't know. I might stick a fucking 9mm down my fucking throat and call it a day. Let's try. Do I dare hit play? Let's try it. Let's fucking try it.
Dropping stuff on you, especially when they know that like I can disseminate it. I have a microphone which helps you allows you to be able to do that. Man, there's some fucking crazy gossip that's been dropping into my DM box this week. And you know, some of it so Dan's chasing the Rekieta. Yeah, I'm gonna be joining the LawTube community. We're gonna be doing the Karen Reed trial this week, so take a look out for that. So anyway, and I don't want to be like pussyfooting around it, right? Because everybody hates a team.
Okay, so it is apparently lagging. So I mean, look, this is the problem we run into when we use these fucking StreamYard restreams. Everything works perfectly. And then all of a sudden it doesn't. So we're just going to have to wait for Dan here. We're going to sit in fucking absolute fucking silence as I consider ripping all of the cords out of the wall and throwing it in the trash can. I mean, seriously, how is it that you do a 4.5-hour show? Every clip I play sounds perfect. And then the last segment I want to do? Nope. No. We're going to snap, crackle, pop like Chad Zumock. Embarrassing. This is unacceptable. My show today just was not good. Fucking unreal. Fucking unreal, man. So, I don't know if... I hate to cancel Dan. I don't want to do this live. I want Dan to be here. I wanted to set some shit up. But apparently, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. I'll see if Dan comes in. If it sounds like shit, we'll pull. If he comes in, everything sounds fine, we'll proceed with the interview. So, I don't know what to do until then. Do some jumping jacks. Stay in shape. I think MGD says, Nika, where's your studio at? I sold it, MGD. Must you know? God, MGD is really just trying to just be as nosy as possible today. Yeah, I fucking sold it. It's gone. Times are tough. Didn't you hear about the tariffs? I've sold the old studio. I've tried to replicate it as best I could, MGD. This is what, I mean, look. Am I a guy sitting in front of a TV in the dark? Yes. Yes. All right, Dan, without further ado, Dan, you're here, I think. Christ almighty. I'm trying to play clips from Dan. I don't even know if he's on cam. With that, I'm just going to bring him on screen. Dan, nice podcast, stupid, ladies and gentlemen. You know, here he is. I don't even know if he can hear me or not.
Can you hear me, John?
I can hear you loud and fucking clear, Dan. What's going on?
It's Restream shit. I haven't used Restream in a long time. It's not allowing me. I'm trying to get on camera, so it's not Not trying to do
Okay.
anything funny here, but it fucking sucks. So sorry.
Here comes a porn bomb. I should have known better, man. Fuck.
I think you. Well, I don't say you know me better than that, but no, there's no porn bomb. It's just some technical difficulties with Restream, but I'm here. Dan has nothing else to do. Yeah, I've been waiting. I've been sitting around for 4 hours. I haven't been doing anything today. I've been waiting for this link, John. So you got me good.
Thank you. I wanted to go over your last 2 episodes. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, again, one more time, Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid is with us. You've seen him in the chat. He's been a frequent flyer around a lot of these chats. And like I've been mentioning throughout the Today Show, he's really seemed to throw down the gauntlet on people like Kevin Brennan and Chad Zumock, which we're going to get into. But yeah, Dad, what's going on, man? Hopefully all is well. Let me just make sure everything is sounding good. Audio sounds good, Dan. Perfect. Okay. So I want to get into a bunch of different things with you here today, Dad. I mean, the lists, I've been writing questions down. I've rehearsed what I was going to say in the mirror today. It's a big interview for me. It's a big interview. So first and foremost, so I've been hearing from this is not me saying this, by the way. I've been hearing a lot of people have, told me, come to me and say, hey man, Dan seems to be, kind of biting off your look. I'm willing to look past all of that. Look, I'm willing to look past all of it. I know, look, a hat and the sunglasses, they might be a common thing, but I must know, Dan, I must know one thing. Where did you come up with the mothership?
Ooh, yeah. Well, you know what's funny? The mothership, and well,
so not that I created the word mothership, by the way. I just want to put that out there. But
somebody said, well, oh, you ripped that off from Joe Rogan, and really, to be honest, I was just trying to find something on Canva that I could put as an introduction. Cool. So that looked kind of cool, and thought it had the alien theme. So I wouldn't say it was a ripoff, but I think we all. I mean, there's definitely things that we borrow from each other. I mean, and when I say each other, not just you and me, but I've seen people in the chat saying you're ripping off of Red Bar, or Melton ripped off Red Bar, and you're a derivative of Melton who ripped off, So, I mean, we're all there's a derivativeness to it all. And sometimes it's an homage. Sometimes it's a ripoff. I like to think that I have kind of my own unique thing. But yeah, I definitely borrow a few things here and there.
Yeah, which is all fine and good. Look, for me to sit here and assume that, or just, think that I created the word mothership would be insane. I actually ripped off the mothership from Joe Rogan myself. So I'm kidding, obviously. I don't watch any of Joe Rogan. I don't even know if that existed. But Dan, look, you seem like a good enough guy. How did you find yourself in this corner of the internet? How did you find yourself adrift in the dabble, hack shitverse, commenting on it every day? And now, like I said, I was watching a stream of you yesterday, which I do think probably was the best NPS stream to date, where you're going off on this tirade. I don't even think you played the clip. It was just, what you felt at the moment. How'd you find yourself here in the first place, Dano?
Well, I know you watched the Little Mirror episode where I did. I'm sure you have some questions about that.
I do.
We certainly could answer any questions on that one. But how do I find myself here? Well, I am definitely from the Opie and Anthony sort of world, I would say. That's sort of my probably my inspiration, if there were one. And I'm old enough where I was around. I'm from Boston, which I think I may have told you. And I was around for Opie and Anthony when they first had their first run in Boston. I was a young teenager in the suburbs of Boston, loved Opie and Anthony. And over the years, kind of followed them off and on, was involved in like the subreddit and some of the online stuff. And I also have always been interested in, media and communications and things like that. And I had a football podcast, of all things, about 10 years ago, which yeah,
I remember you saying that on Mirror.
Slightly fewer viewers than this one does, but it was fun, and it kind of scratched that itch when podcasting first came out. And I was on, I think it was SoundCloud at the time, and I did that for like 2 years. It was fun, and I was talking about the NFL draft. So like if I was still doing that, I'd probably be doing an episode this weekend about Shedeur Sanders and all that shit. But I kind of put it down for a couple of years, and then YouTube sort of took off, and I said, hey, this is a fun way to do it with the videos and make it more interactive. So kind of scratch that itch again in terms of the Dabbleverse stuff, that really came more from my co-host Deb, was more in tune with that. I was more talking about, I was sort of going more for the surreal, sort of abstract kind of just fucking around on YouTube, watching videos and talking shit about things. So it wasn't really Dabbleverse until really Deb came into the picture.
So is Deb, what is Deb to you? Is she like a lover? Like I got to meet Deb. Seems like a sweetheart. Right. Yeah, in Atlantic City, the event that was supposed to be Kill Kevin that obviously fell to complete and utter shit. But what is Deb to you? How did you find Deb? In a Discord somewhere on the street? I mean, where does Deb come into the mix?
So she's a big Compound Media Anthony Cumia fan, and she was actually someone that was in my chat and asked to come on one time, and she was really shit-faced, and she came on, and I was like, wow, she's kind of cool, like for a chick, and so had her come on a couple times, and then it just kind of, it kind of completed the show, right? She brought a different element to it, and it makes it a little different for us. So I said, hey, want to come on full time as kind of like my co-host, and the rest is history.
So you say you both of you were, she was big in the Compound Media. You were in the Opie and Anthony. I'll ask you this: Opie or Anthony, if you had to choose. For the longest time, I was, Cumia is definitely the more talented of the two. I mean, there's really not any doubt about that. I was very sympathetic to Opie for a long time. I probably more sympathetic than most, but if I had to choose one, I mean, I'm going to go with Cumia. Cumia is definitely the more talented of the two. And by the way, it's his birthday today. I don't know if you wish to, it's his 64th birthday today. 64. Wow.
So he's 64 years, just like the Beatles song there. So, but yeah, he's definitely the most talented of the two, and somebody I've been, following his career for, 30 plus years.
Now, are you one of these like Cumia guy, like Cumia stands that like Carl and a lot of these other guys who just completely ignore Cumia's past? Like, can you acknowledge that Cumia's had?
So like, a lot of lightning stuff and the
shoe lightning, the self-cutting girl, yeah, like all that shit. Why do? Girl. But okay, so at least you can admit that. But why do you think people who like love Cumia just somehow they hate the trans, but they also just could give Cumia a pass with the Sue Lightning stuff? Like, why do you think people give Cumia this pass?
I think in the case of Carl, because Carl's whole, basically his career, for lack of a better term, is because he ball washed Cumia. So I think there's a lot of ball washing that goes along with this little world, which is one of the things that I've had. It's the thing that I have the hardest time with, and kind of probably why I'm going to always be sort of my own little niche thing, because there's just too many fucking questionable fuckers out there. Everybody seems to have skeletons in their closet, so to speak. And, I'm not perfect in any way, shape, or form, but compared to some of these people, I'm just like, wow, I kind of have a much more normal life, and I'm not quite as much of a degenerate as some of these folks. So yeah, I think it's a lot of just ball washing. It's a lot of like clout chasing, and they'll put up with whatever, and you just kind of overlook it, and you just go along with it to get more views and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but it's, a lot of these people, they'll talk about being, they hate, certain things that certain people do, like, being a criminal. In Chad Zumock's case, they'll always give Chad shit. I don't typically like to look at the past in a lot of ways, but Cumia's is almost like you can't ignore. And I think a lot of people today just completely ignore that. I just feel that to be disingenuous. And I just hope you're not that sort of person. But, you did at least not acknowledge the Sue Lightnings and the self-cutting girl and the Danny Brand. I mean, the dude is an actual monster. And when you really break it down, he might have had the best on-air run, or he might have been the most talented out of Opie and Anthony. I'm an Opie guy just because it's not a lot of people like Opie. I happen to find Opie. Without Opie, I don't think there would be an Anthony, and people can make the argument vice versa. But, you don't hear about Opie biting chicks' arms or, sleeping around with trans. And I just also feel, a bit disingenuous too, because like Cumia's always speaking out about the trans. You always hear him like the trans this, Dylan Mulvaney, when the whole Bud Light thing happened, it's, oh, she's, just trying to get attention or whatever it was. But yeah, when he has his pal Jim Norton on, who married a trans, it's like, oh yeah, Nikki's such a cute sweetheart. It's like, well, why wouldn't you, tell Jim Norton that you don't like the trans. It just blows my mind. Just a lot of these people could be very disingenuous, and I just hope that's not the case with you. I mean, I really do hope not, because I mean, sometimes I tune into your program and I happen to enjoy the nice podcast, stupid program, but I don't want to, like something and then find out that, you're able to ignore some of the monstrosities that Cumia has done in the past.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's all, I know all the stories, and some K Murph, 17-year-old prom date it says 60 years old. I think it was closer to mid 50s, but that picture is classic. One of my favorite pictures, and you've probably seen it, is the Christmas picture with him and the 17-year-old and her parents.
Oh,
and the holding the cat up, and their adopted daughter. It's just like the most, just Adam's Family meets whatever, just kind of like, what the fuck? I mean, it's almost like a humiliation ritual he's putting his family through.
Yeah.
And I think both Cumia and Jim, and K Murph says it, and she kind of stole my thunder. There's a bit of deviancy to like what they do. And I think a lot of these, rich and famous people, they feel like they can kind of live out this deviant lifestyle because, oh, well, I'm rich and famous and, I can kind of do whatever I want. But to me, as like a normal person, I roll my eyes at it. So yeah, I'm not going to ball wash for Anthony. I've been entertained over the years with him, but there's also an element of kind of disgust to some of that stuff.
All right. I mean, that's good to know, because again, like, there's so many people, SteelToe and Carl and all these, Shuli, this is one of the big, points of contention this week for Chad and Kevin, is that Chad won't disavow Shuli, who's, I mean, in every sense of the word, a Cumia Cuck, right?
You want me to break some there? So I have some hot gossip I can share with you if you like.
Hot fucking goss. Break it.
All right. So there's another sex scandal that might be going on in the Shuli Network world.
That's aside from producer pedophile Iso.
Aside from pedophile producer Iso,
wow.
It's another character in the TSN extended universe that is a creep. And,
give it to me, Dan.
Okay, so there's this guy called, and you may not know, but as I explain, it'll start to make sense. His name is Looney Tunes Critic. Okay, he's got a YouTube channel. He was at the recent event that they had down in Florida. He actually does that clay doodle, the clay dabbler puppet. Where they're doing those puppet shows with the John puppet and the Howdy Doody puppet.
Yeah.
So he's like a puppet guy. He has been sliding into the DMs of certain women, Hackverse adjacent. One of them being a host or somebody that hosts certain Hackverse shows, and then another person who is a significant other of a very prominent Hackverse person. So I can't really name names, but they Shuli basically fired the guy. So he was like hanging out with him. He was doing like puppet stuff with him. He's no longer, they shut that down. So you will not see that clay doodle puppet shit anymore. Those little
clay
shows.
To be clear, you're talking about clay dabbler. Okay.
Yeah, the one that the Howdy Doody puppet that looks like that's supposed to be Clay Dabbler. They're not doing that anymore because the guy that did that is a fucking sex creep. This guy.
You're talking about this guy right here on screen.
Yep, this guy.
Wow.
And there's a picture of him at the event recently. He's got like a little bit of a dad bod, kind of big belly sort of thing, and he's sort of sitting off, or he's standing off to the side. But supposedly he's been like just creeping in all these DMs of all these women. Both women you would know if I gave their names, you would know kind of who their association with the Dabbleverse. He's like a sex pest guy. So they basically have excommunicated him from the Shuli Network.
It's you start to see that, or at least I've started to notice this. I've been covering this little corner of the this internet universe for the past 3 or so years now, and you start to notice, Dan, a lot of the hosts, one, are into either deviant shit or degenerate shit, or they're criminals themselves. And what follows with that is guys like the Looney Tunes Critic, guys like producer Iso, and they have skeletons in their Look, I'm far from perfect. I'm not here on my high horse saying you got to be fucking perfect, right? We all have done some probably really fucked up. Well, I don't want to say really fucked up, but we've all done some shit, right? So for me to sit here to act like I'm Mr. Perfect is insane. But I'm not out here doing producer ESO style stunts. I'm not biting hands of women. I'm not headbutting chicks. You know what I mean? It's bizarre, man. The more you uncover, the more you watch these shows. It's like, you know, and I say it time and time on my show, it's like these people are just, they're all criminals. And people just support criminals now. And like, you're allowed to just get away with whatever you want, however you want, whenever you want. It's fucking bizarre. I mean, do you see a problem with this moving forward in just not even this universe, but society as a whole? I mean, it's kind of scary.
I mean, that's kind of sort of why, like, and people are, they say things about your following or your show or whatever. It's like, I don't want to ally myself with somebody and then turns out that they're like an ESO or something like that. ESO was producing for like Jim Florentine and like Don Jameson and like famous comedians. Like they were hooked up with this guy. And then there's so many creeps. I'd rather work with people that I like and I trust. And I'd rather have a smaller following, but not, give up my morals to like hang out with people that I find just disgusting. So I'm always kind of more of a lone wolf type in that regard. So I'd rather be my own producer. I'd rather have a host that I like. I'd rather go on shows of people that I think I respect, and not like just go on things and just laugh along and clap along and just overlook shit that I don't agree with. Like I said, just like you, I'm not perfect, but I also have respect for myself, and I have a real life. And as Chad joked, Dan has a fucking day job. Yeah, I have a day job, and I'd like to keep my day job. So I'm very protective of what character I show on the internet.
So I can't quite make heads or tails of it. Are you or are you not playing a character on your show?
I am not a character, and so that was one thing I did want to say. Dan is Dan. There's no character, so. And that's a one thing I would take back that I said on that show, because no, I am not a character. I am what you see is what you get. Now, of course, there's a little bit of, what would you say, kind of, playing up certain aspects of your
embellishment,
embellishment. But no, what you see is what you get. You could go back and watch any show that I do, and I'll stand by anything I've said.
Because on the Little Mirror show, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you say kind of the opposite of such?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Let's just talk about the Little Mirror thing real quick.
Please.
My assessment of the Little Mirror thing. Little Mirror is a performative show, and it's like I knew what I was getting into when I went on it.
Wait, seriously, you really do think that?
Well, he's troll. He's a troll. You go on and he's going to troll you, and he's going to try to catch you in little like things and kind of play on that.
Maybe. Okay. I see him just as a drunken, babbling buffoon. But yeah, troll. Okay.
I think there's a little bit of trolling that you go into, and now the problem is if you lean into it too much, then you say stuff and you're like, and you get walked over, and like there's some things like he said, I like, I wish I kind of fought back on, or pushed back a little bit on that and kind of held firm versus just kind of playing along, so to speak.
Like the whole sister thing.
Yeah, like the whole sister thing is definitely one of them.
What was with that? So he was really, dude, it started to make me feel a bit uncomfortable. I'm like, if somebody was calling my sister, I mean, do I dare use the word fag? But like,
yeah,
like I'm not calling your sister this, but this is what Mir's saying, and I'm just like,
my
Jesus
sister
Christ,
has a very good sense of humor,
right,
but yes, but that was disrespectful, and I should have kind of pushed back a little bit on that. So,
well, what would you say to Mir now? Would you say anything different to Mir now?
Yeah, I would just say, all right, can we fucking, can we cut out the fucking, the language, the slurs? Yes, she's a lesbian. Right. I would have pushed back on that. But I'm also, I kind of, a lot of my life has been sort of doxed, so people know all those like things about my wife, my sister, stuff like that. People have reached out to my family. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but people have like bugged my family on Facebook and stuff. So I kind of, there's a part of you that doesn't want to like fight it too much, because you're just like, if you let people see that it bothers you, then people are just going to keep picking on it. So sometimes it's funny to laugh it off.
Right. I mean, I do understand that to a certain degree, but after like the fifth time of somebody calling my sister, or I'd be like, come on, man, what are we doing here? Now, okay, let me ask you this, because I have a few questions from that interview particularly. So at the end, you just left. Did you what happened?
So for anyone that kind of watches my show or watches me kind of do things, that's sort of like my move. I'm known
You
for
just
doing
leave.
Irish goodbyes.
The Irish goodbye. Okay.
And I just disappear. So there was nothing. It was not mad. I would not storm off. Although it's funny because then it kind of leaves sort of like people thinking like, okay, what the fuck just happened there? So it's just it's a little flourish. That's kind of like my mark.
Okay. All right. I guess I could roll with that. Because I mean, I guess as a watcher, as a viewer of that show, here you got this little punk kid, little Mir. He hasn't had a haircut probably since 2023, and here he is, degrading Dan's family, and then at the very end, Dan is leaving, and now that would cause me to speculate. But you're saying here now you weren't mad, you weren't pissed, you weren't in your feels, you just Irish goodbye, Mir, whatever. My time is over.
If you ever watched me, like if I go on and I do go on BYB a lot. I don't know if you ever watch them, but
I will soul.
I know, right?
Sheesh.
I never wait to let's do your plugs. I just will drop off just randomly. In fact,
Will you be doing that with my show? Will you be doing that with my show?
Well, maybe I sort of foreshadowed. No, I'll probably stick around if you wanna go, because you're at the end. So I'll give you that respect of being on here. But that's sort of my move. And so I do that all the time. So yeah, not in my feels. All this, nobody has more fun at this than I. Like, this is all this amuses me. Like, I don't, none of this really hurts my feelings. I don't lose sleep over anything. I think it's all funny, all fun and games. And so I lean into stuff. People have all these things that I wear diapers, that my wife's a mail order bride, that, there's all these this whole mythology around me that's been created. That
as SteelToe would say, fan fiction.
Fan fiction, exactly. There's a whole fan fiction around me. You could really go down a rabbit hole on some of the fan fiction, but I just lean into it. It's funny. I think it's funny, and I just I embrace it.
So you don't wear diapers?
No, I do not. I do not wear diapers.
Just clearing the air here. W Man for Two says inseminate David. I'm not sure what that means, to be all honest with you, there, W Man. But
yeah, I don't know what that's a reference to.
We do appreciate. Maybe he thinks that's your name, David. It's actually Dan. Dan. From Nice Podcast Stupid. All right, so back to the mirror. There's a couple more questions I have for you here, Dan. I know it's getting late here. First of all, I was under the impression, I mean, I know you texted me, I think last night or today, but I thought you were on the West Coast.
No, I'm on the East Coast.
Gotcha. Okay. But back to the mirror. So the interview's going on. He's, calling your sister. I mean, the worst names you could call anybody. In my opinion, I don't know. I mean, it's one step short of calling a black person the N-word, essentially. And then, so the interview's rolling on, and you bring up this one night, you're blacked out drunk, college days, having some fun. You don't remember anything, but the one thing you remembered is your Red Wing experience. That, to me, what made you, I guess, what I want to know, because like I said on my show that it's there's some things you just die with, it's I would just never say those types of things or let people know, certain information about me, like a Red Wing story, for instance. But, what made you, get to, I guess, what made you feel comfortable enough to share that with the audience?
Well, the first thing, let me just say about that whole little beer thing, I didn't realize that people were going to be time stamping everything. So I probably let my guard down. Well, I definitely let my guard down a little too much. But honestly, I just think it's a funny story, to be honest. It's embarrassing. It's, I'm a confident person, but I'm also self-deprecating. And it's just a funny moment. It's funny. It's funny to look back. It's stupid. And so it's out there. It's funny. And that's I'll wear that badge or those wings proudly.
And Red Wings, for people may not know, Dan, if you'd like to elaborate on this.
So there's this hockey team called the Detroit Red Wings, and if you go down to a certain place with a lady when she's during a certain part of the month, that's what it's labeled as. And I now let me just set the record straight. I didn't come out of it looking like a like what bottle of whatever it's called there, the wine there, or like should be the whiskey.
Merlot?
No. Well, yeah, it's
Chardonnay.
It wasn't like a situation like that. It was a 1-2 and I'm out kind of thing. And then so it was really not even a full earning of this award, so to speak.
Did you have to use a paper towel or napkin to?
No. It wasn't
baby
anything
wipes. Nothing.
No, there was no cleanup. It was not that to that level.
Real quick, I missed a couple people. Michaela for 15 months says hi, Dan.
Hi, Michaela. And speaking of birthdays, it's Michaela's birthday week, I think, this week. Happy
Yeah, I was
birthday,
gonna say
Michaela.
every day I've been hearing people say happy birthday, Michaela. It's been her fucking birthday week. And Jeff for 2 says, yo, Dan, better ban Weezer or Judas Priest?
Well, he knows what my answer is going to be on that one. Now, I like Weezer, full disclosure, but Judas Priest is my favorite. I fucking love Judas Priest.
I just lost just a little bit of respect for you right there, Dan, on that answer alone. No, nonetheless. So yeah, okay. The whole mirror thing. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Michaela. The whole mirror thing happens, and I'm intrigued, and I think that's when you had reached out to me it's like, yo, you reached out to me and asked if you ever want to talk or if you ever.
Well, I heard you saying like, I definitely
come
need to
on.
ask
Yeah, I did
questions.
Say that.
So I was like, and Deb actually said, she's like, you should reach out to him. And, like, once again, I know you don't usually, in fact, you pride yourself on not having guests. So
I hate it.
I thought I'd volunteer to answer any questions because it seemed like you did have some questions and probing that you wanted to do on that. And I'm always happy to answer them.
Yeah, I just hate the whole back and forth of the whole thing. But anyway, I have a few more questions for Dan because, like I said, it is late. I got roast beef waiting for me, and but nonetheless, Dan, I do appreciate your time. And I want to transition over into the whole Kevin and Chad saga. Like I mentioned, now you've been obviously you're known for being a troll, I guess, right? You claim yourself to be a troll.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
And you trolled Chad, correct?
Yeah. So, and I definitely trolled Chad. Chad actually came on my show one time, but yeah, I sent him a super chat about a month ago because he gets very uptight about his money flow, his revenue, just like Kevin Brennan. They get very touchy about how much money they're getting or not getting. And it was in the middle of the day. I was actually working, and I had a break from work. And I loved. I don't know if you follow this playboard.com website that tracks,
I've seen
like,
it. Yeah.
So you can see like how much in real time. You can see how much people make it super chats. And for whatever reason, Kevin and Chad, it is like the bane of their existence because they get really mad when you call out how much they're making. And Chad at that point, an hour and a half into his show, had made about $7. So I sent him a super chat. I said, hey, late to the show. How's how the super chats coming? And ever since then, he's just been in his feels over me. So he
can't stand you.
He can't. Yeah. So now I am like on the persona non grata list with Chad. So,
wow. Well. And so I guess that stands to be true even right now in present time.
Yeah. He hates my guts.
Gotcha.
I really don't have a problem with Chad. I mean, other than, if you look up his rap sheet and
right. And like, I try not to, cause I feel like a lot of the guys I make fun of, Carl and all the others, they're so quick to point that out with Chad. I feel like that's the lowest of low hanging fruits with Chad. True. So I try to stay away from the rap sheet, even though people do need to be reminded he is a criminal. But nonetheless, I digress. It's just bizarre to see him get so worked up over you. But you had said on the Mirror, bringing it back to the Mirror episode, that you were actually trying to help Chad out. You were sliding in his DMs, correct?
Yeah, that was another. You were right to call me out on that. That was really fucking. Shall we say gay? You don't need to be giving anybody else tips. So
yeah, I mean, you can see
lame.
how it's just like, people. Look, man, if people aren't, even if you gave them the best advice, I think Mir or Chow, I think it was Mir actually who said this very thing. Even if you were to give someone the best advice, I mean, we've been doing it now for SteelToe for 3 years. And look how that's turned out. So it's like, even if you gave them the best advice in the world and told them how to do it and gave them all the tools necessary to do whatever it is they want to do, they're not going to listen, because guys like Chad, Kevin, SteelToe, I mean, they have such pride, and their ego is so inflated for whatever reason. I couldn't tell you. Kevin's I can understand, because at least he did it. You know what I mean? But the other two, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But they're not even going to listen to you. You know what I mean? So, and then now, as far as the whole Kevin and Chad thing, you're completely anti Kevin now, I believe, at this point.
I'm anti both. Like, so this is another thing that I always get amused with the hack verse is you got to pick a side. Or do you pick this side or do you pick that side? How about I just pick, let's blow the whole fucking thing up. That's my side. Is like, I don't like anybody. Well, I like some more than others, but if Kevin versus Chad, I say I'm rooting for the asteroid. Like, I don't like either of them. And I like seeing them go back and forth, but it's so fake. They're going to be back playing grab ass in a month, kissing up. It's the same fucking story. They do it every year, every 2 years. Chad's numbers are down, so he's got to do his little fucking, Kumia Country fucking production. And it's all bullshit. They're gonna be back, doing whatever they do together. So I just can't stand them. I think both of them, it's fucking played out. I think my biggest complaint with a lot of these Hackverse shows is now it's all about super chat clip. Oh, all caught up. Okay, wait. And so there's no content. The only person that's doing original content, and by the way, this is not a dig on you about the clips. That's kind of what you do. I mean, you're going through a 4-hour show and you got, there's a method to your madness. But Kevin Brennan turns on a fucking Doom clip or whatever and just sits there, eats fucking chips and drinks a Gatorade, doesn't say anything, and just lets it play. Or Ray goes live and he goes live at the same time, puts it on, doesn't even stop it, just sits there and is basically turning on the super chat machine. It's so fucking gay. It's so stupid.
I couldn't agree more. But this is something, and again, it's just like, this is what's been happening for years. And it's like, no matter what you say to these people, you're basically fighting just an uphill battle, because it is fucking gay and stupid to watch somebody just eat crackers and say nothing. I do agree with that. But it's like, you're never, I think you said it yesterday on your show. It's like the only way that's going to change is if and I said this about SteelToe, the only way you're going to get this person to change is if the supporters and the audience really, impacts them, because without the audience, I mean, they really would be nothing. So,
well, Kevin's going to change pretty soon, because there's a whole group of people that are trying to fucking fuck with his channel.
So you were saying that last night. Could you nutshell that for me? Cliff Notes version that for us here today.
Yeah. So there's 3 people: the comedian, the chatter, and the C word. I call them the cabal, and they're kind of plotting behind the scenes to try to take down his channel and basically fucking cut into his money and stuff. So it's stuff kind of going on like Discord channels and stuff. Somebody sent me some of the messages that have been going back and forth. So people that really have it out for Kevin that are doing some stuff behind the scenes.
They want to try to take away his money.
Yep, they want to cut into his money. They want to take it down. I call it the cabal. They're like a cabal, a little confederacy of 3 people, all people that are recognizable names. Like I said, one of them is a stand-up comedian that everybody knows. Another one is a woman who's usually in the chats, and then another person is like a super chatter person, the person that goes to a lot of the events. They all kind of hate Kevin, and they're working together to try to fucking cut into his money all different ways.
My 3 guesses, when you said it yesterday, were Chad, FK Mommy, and either possibly 3 of these: Theo, Hank, Gustav, or possibly Deadfool. But
you got one of them at least.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I figured as much, but I think I know which one you're talking about too. I just think that's gay too, man. It's just like, what are we really doing here? And I get Kevin's a vile person, whatever, but it's like,
I think it's gay too. I don't support it. I just share the news. I don't, once again, I don't. Kevin can keep doing whatever he's doing. I don't want to take any money away from anyone. If you can turn on the super chat machine and make money, go for it. So that's it's fine with me. But there's a lot of that chatter of people that are trying to like just
Yeah.
do underhanded shit. And once again, like I said, I don't agree with it. I think it's fucking stupid and gay, but it is what it is.
So I guess, Dan, in closing, I wanted to ask you one. I saw in the chat earlier, I forget who put, I think maybe Sweaty Tryhard. You're a reoccurring guest on BYB weekly?
I wouldn't, no, not weekly, maybe like once a month. I go on every once in a while.
Can I just ask you the thought process behind that?
Just doing quad a solid. He's been nice to me, so I'll go on every once in a while. But
Nice doesn't pay, Dan. Nice doesn't pay. You know.
Yeah. I don't know how long we'll be continuing that. To be honest, I'd rather focus more on my show. I had to I got struck by YouTube, so I've been trying to like get the hours back. I don't know if you've ever gone through that, but it's a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
I had to take down all my videos. I had to fucking edit things, redo everything. So I'm just
In the very
getting back
beginning,
to the point where I can get remonetized pretty soon here. And really, I'd rather focus on building my show. So,
So BYB is the place that's not going to happen. Yeah, building your show is.
It's like the last exit off the highway. Like that's probably going the wrong direction.
That's being gracious too. But all right, so I think we have established a lot. Dan doesn't hold back on any of the Red Wing stories. He's full blown into that. He wishes he could take back some of the things from Mir, and he would press him a little harder if given the opportunity. I believe is safe to say, Dan.
Yeah, I probably would have. In fact, I actually talked to I don't know if you know Shmuel Buckman, but he went on Little Mir after me, and I said, yeah, everything that I did when I was on it, like do basically the opposite. Like I kind of gave him some tips ahead of time, and so yeah, I would probably have done that interview differently, and but other than that, but like I said, I'm not a character. I am what I am. I'll stand by what I got, and I just what, and I'll just leave it at this. I just like creating chaos. I like fucking chaos. I like fucking with people. I like being a fucking troublemaker. I like having Chad fucking freaking out about me at 2:00 on a Wednesday afternoon for no fucking reason. And so yeah, that's kind of my vibe.
And I guess would it be safe to say here today, could we get you to disavow completely Cumia, or do you still like Cumia?
Disavow.
1000% disavow Cumia. You'll never listen to him again after today's episode. I've given you a lot to think about. Can we get you to do that here today, Dan, or is that off the table?
Here's what I'll say. I don't watch Shuli. I don't watch Carl. I don't really watch Cumia. I don't know. Disavowing seems kind of strong, but the Stuttering John shit does nothing for me. I have no fucking interest in it. So I don't really fraternize over on that side of the world. So if that's disavowing, then I guess that's kind of where I disavow it.
All right. Well, Dan, I'm losing daylight by the second here. I know you've probably got
Look at
some
your fucking roast beef, man. Come on.
I got to get to it. I do appreciate your time nonetheless. And you've given me a lot to think about here, Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. You can check him out on YouTube. If you want to help him out getting the hours, be my guest. If not, see Irish Goodbye Me. Very cool bit. Wow. I should have saw that one come. I was getting ready to kick him off too. You fucking sandbagging son of a bitch. All right. Well, anyway, thank you, Dan, for your time here today. We've accomplished a lot, I believe. I'm losing daylight here by the second. I got to get the fuck out of here. I planned on wrapping this show up hours ago. Let's give a quick couple shout outs to not only everyone who stopped by and contributed on today's show, but everyone who just simply came by just to watch. We do appreciate that. Happy birthday week to Michaela. Once more, this will be the last birthday wish she gets. Let's see. And let's give a couple quick shout outs. Rye God, Vince Griswold, Internet Person, NJ Ranger, Chris, Jeff Closer, Aaron the Rat, K Murph, W Man, Poignant Pachyderm, Noga, Dr. Chow, MGD, Michaela, and fuck, did I miss NJ Rangers? What do you say to Chad's allegations? You're not good. Thank you, NJ. Sorry I missed that. But thank you nonetheless. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to our mods here today. We had Jay, we had Chris, K McDuck, and Jeff Closer. Thank you, guys. And I think Tracy stopped by at some point here today. We'll be back on, I believe, on Tuesday, give or take Tuesday, maybe Wednesday morning. I'm not sure. Just look for a thumbnail. Today has been a blast. Thank you so much. One more time, round of applause for yourselves. And Dan from Nice Podcast, Stupid. Again, you've given me a lot to think about. And I'll be thinking every second until my next show. Stay safe. Have a great rest of your weekends, guys. Thank you to everyone again. We do appreciate that here at the Two Nation. Stay safe. Keep your heads down and stay black, my friends. Most importantly, stay fucking African.